Hello. I'm just going to give everyone a minute to arrive. I like to start right on time. Hello. Whoops. I'm just going to give everyone a minute to arrive. I like to start right on time. Hello. Whoops. I'm just going to give. Sorry about that. Had some feedback. I don't know if you guys heard it. You probably did. Can you guys hear me? I see highs. Oh, thank you, Kristen. Yeah, this one is going to be the quintessential thick and chewy cookie. It's going to be the deepest dive that we'll do for sure. But I just want to kind of lay the groundwork for future lives. So future lives after this one, we'll jump into individual topics. And so they won't go as long. This one, I there are 20, and I had to pare it down. There were a lot of surprises, but you're also talking about thousands of pages of these documents. So, you kind of have to take that into account. Some that were just too involved, I just decided, okay, like when I address some of the issues I have with how the investigation was handled or has been handled, I'll, make that its own live. I'm only going to touch on that a little bit. One caveat is at the end of the live. So the very last point is actually something that wasn't a surprise to me. That's why I made it last, but I do think it's worth noting. It was someone who I believe has shown more evidence, or I believe the FOIA docs have shown more evidence of one person who really struggles with the truth, telling the truth. You can decide for yourself. But right before that point, just fair warning, we're going to navigate into a lane that has typically not been navigable. So there have been kind of like protections in place, and to some degree you can kind of understand it in most of the Facebook groups. There are quite a few rules around who you can talk about, what you can talk about. And when I was going through these FOIA docs, I pretty much decided I'm either going to be trustworthy, or I'm going to bury stuff. And that is just not in my nature. Having said that, I will make every attempt to be kind. I believe mistakes were made. Like I said in my last live, to err is human, to forgive is divine. I certainly do not want to cause anyone more struggle, more angst, more trauma than what family members are already managing. And so, to some degree, I just kind of feel like, well, if reporters and some of these shows didn't gravitate so powerfully toward the kind of sentimental and glossing over some of these details, I could just I wouldn't have as much struggle, because I'd be like, okay, great, it's being taken care of. But in that void, it's been kind of filled with, I don't know, versions of this story that I feel, and I've already talked about this in other lives, but I feel like at some point the story becomes almost unrecognizable because we're trying so hard to make it like an after school special. That might not be fair. But anyway, having said that, what I'm going to do is tag those on at the end, so that if anyone is just like, you know what, I'm not comfortable in those waters, I'll let you know, okay, now this is your time. You can always swing back on the last one. Has to do with Melanie Gibb. But I just also want to say that if that's how you feel, I can understand it, because I felt that way with summer, like kind of creating that honeypot for Rob Wood. And I felt like it was such a reprehensible thing to do, the way she just lured him into this conversation. And then her attorney recorded the conversation. And for people who are like, that wasn't Summer, that was her attorney. No. This is a solid Cox family tradition. Even when I was going through the one document I've referenced in other lives, it's not in public, it's not in circulation publicly, so I can't make it public, but it was a document that someone who had been involved in the investigations dating back to 2005 to maybe 2008, 2009, some around Joe and Lori's divorce, as well as Charles and Charles' divorce. So someone who was involved in that gave me this document. But there was a reference where this person said that Lori's attorney had said he was going to call me and he was going to record the conversation. So I never heard anything about this. So maybe he didn't get what he was hoping. Maybe he thought he would kind of trick me into saying something and then leverage that. But I just thought that that was really interesting. And if someone reminds me in Cool Cats, I'll find that screenshot and I'll create the screenshot and I'll drop it in the group. That's not something I want to put out publicly. But I just thought it was really interesting. Like, that's dating back to, I don't even know when that was, 2006, 2007, somewhere in there. And anyway, so no, this is what the Cox family does. Having said that, because I find it so reprehensible, I've never been able to watch that video. I just can't. It's not virtue signaling on my part. I just can't watch it. Just knowing what they did, and how. I mean, here is a man whose life has been upturned. He's working so hard to get justice for these victims. And a friend of mine, Janice, she has created snippets of the video and passed it on to me. And there was one snippet, I think it was from this conversation, I'm pretty sure, where he said that these kids were only there for like a week, but they were our kids, like, meaning like they were Rexburg's kids, So, I mean, this is, and she showed me a snippet where he had gotten emotional. So all that to say, I can totally understand that and respect that. And that's why I'll let you know. Okay, this is the time to bounce. Okay, having said that, let me share my screen and we are going to jump in. Okay, I'm just going to cover this in every live. Please try to keep discussion limited to the topic. Please try not to get off topic with the discussion. This is not a live about cool cats. And at some point, if people just keep insisting on talking about cool cats, we're going to have to block you. You'll still be able to see the videos. You just won't be able to join in the chat or make comments. Okay. And as always, if you haven't joined one of these chats, I have, excuse me, I have this petition for Phoenix police to open an investigation into my brother's death. I do believe that he was Lori's first victim. I did a whole live about it. You can just Google my name and Joe Ryan and the live will come up. That's bit.ly, justice for Joe. I just took the vowels out of justice. All right, now we are jumping in. The first big surprise for me was Tylee was named a suspect in Charles' murder. Now, this is an absolutely insane detail. So I just decided to start with it. And I wish I could remember who made this for me. If you're in this live and this is yours, please let me know. I would love to give that person credit. It was in the crazy part of 2020 and I just don't remember who passed it on, but it's just absolutely adorable. Having said that, okay, we're going to talk about how and I've talked about this before, but Tylee and JJ weren't treated the same. Now, you could say, well, but they weren't the same. Tylee was 16, JJ was 7, JJ is special needs, but it goes beyond that. So I'm just going to touch on a few of the points, and I will have a live about Tylee. But you see, as I was going through the FOIA docs, and this goes back to the first release of a FOIA doc. This was Chandler's first FOIA doc release. They had a second round of FOIA docs. But this is an email from Ryan Pillar, I'm not sure. I think it's Pillar. He's with Gilbert Police. And at this point, they were kind of going round robin. Like everyone was contributing to the investigation and they were kind of divvying up different tasks and things. And you'll notice from the date, this is the day before the welfare check. This is actually the day that the welfare check was requested. And it says here, all displayed below in red. So I split this email up into 2 screenshots just so it wasn't so long. But the next slide will be the second part of this email. Displayed below in red and added to Nate's email, that's Nate Moffat, I think, are the other phone numbers and vehicle information I have for involved persons thus far, yada, yada, yada. While replying to this email, I discovered Alex called from his phone number during the time frame of the Gilbert shooting to Lori's phone number. As Alex has it listed on his Rexburg lease agreement, I placed 3 star symbols next to those numbers. I will be writing paper for something. Then he says, I contacted Fremont Sheriff's Lieutenant Joe Powell and Rexburg Detective Ray Hermosillo, and they are meeting tomorrow to begin surveillance to check the welfare of JJ. So right from the start, those who have said like, oh, this was a welfare check for both of the kids, it was not. They were checking on JJ's welfare. No one included Tylee in this welfare check. Her name wasn't even mentioned. And in fact, it was pretty obvious at one point that the group that included like these family members, they did not think that Tylee was missing because Brandon Boudreaux gave them a tip the day of the welfare check that he had heard that Tylee could be with Colby. And that's the whole reason that the welfare check was expanded to include Colby's apartment. So, okay. But then you see in red, these are the phone numbers for the listed people, and you see Tylee grouped with these different players. In fact, someone even calls them players, and we'll get to that in a second. So this highlighting isn't mine. He referenced in red, and this also included this. I believe this included this red highlighting, but. So you can see she's grouped in with the perps. This will not be the last time. And then later, this was an email from one of the FBI agents. I really like this FBI agent. She was the one I had talked with for quite a while, early on in the investigation. But she says, can you guys please let us know, based on the timeline and phone records, where our players, and in parentheses, Melanie, Alex, Lori, Chad, and Tylee cell were on 10/9/2019? I think it would be helpful to have that info going into the interview, but also to resolve some of the login stuff. And This was one of those moments. I talked about this in the group where, I'm just reading along and this just hit me like a ton of bricks. He was reporting back to her and letting her know there was no phone data for Tylee on October 9th. Now, kind of tuck that away because that will play into another point. And this was just one more example. They're talking about the Jeep Wrangler. And, this, if you haven't been to one of my lives, one of the things that I do is I figure out the font that's being used for the purpose of transparency. I include other text that's visible just so that I'm not asking you to trust me that this really does fit. So I use the same, all the same settings. And I'll talk about in the next live where I talk about law enforcement. There's one. No, okay, no. I will just say I will make the point that I think they purposely threw a monkey wrench in because in the middle of a sentence, I couldn't get anything to fit, and I realized they changed up the font size in the middle of the sentence. It was like right before the redaction, so I can't fill the redaction anyway. So I was told Tylee was the primary operator of the Jeep prior to and after Charles' homicide. Alex, Lori, and I feel like this is and Tylee's whereabouts were unknown at the time of our meeting. And we will address a very bizarre detail around this screenshot in the next slide, where I take a deep dive into law enforcement. So I was somewhat, not used to. I can never get used to, this pattern of them clumping Tylee in with the suspects. And there were times where they do mention, like right before, and more so after the welfare check. I think once they realized, okay, there was another kid who is also unaccounted for, that's when the shift becomes more toward Tylee and JJ, but not totally, because this screenshot was from December 18th. So this was 2 days before the whole case went public. And in this search warrant where they're trying to get, they're requesting Tylee's Hotmail email information. And this was the account that she used to sign up for various social media accounts and stuff. And so, they're doing their due diligence. But the thing that really surprised me was this paragraph here. In your affiance training and experience. So this is Detective Yinklin. You can see that here. She's the one who interviewed Lori and Tylee the day Charles was murdered. And this is just kind of their lingo, like your affiance, that she's talking about herself. It is known that while the requested information may reveal inculpatory evidence that further shows the listed suspect was involved with the specified crime, there may be exculpatory information also contained within these records requested. And then on and on, a lot of legalese. Your affiant is requesting a time period of 3 months of records. Given the nature of the crime, possible planning period, and the ability to identify common patterns and trends within the requested records, your affiant believes it is reasonable and appropriate to request this period of time. Furthermore, there is probable cause to support the requested records are evidentiary value, and the act of preserving the requested period of time is within the best practices of preserving digital evidence as well as ESI. So, if I'm understanding this correctly, Detective Yinklin is listing Tylee as a suspect. Now, this entire investigation is about Charles' murder. So she's listing Tylee as a suspect in this murder. All of the search warrants reference, I mean, there are quite a bit of detail. You can see, like, just for the sake of transparency, I always try to indicate when I've, kind of deleted some stuff in the middle. And that's just because it was just a lot of stuff that isn't pertinent. But having said that, my my big question here, besides just like the shock value of Detective Yinklin listing Tylee as a suspect at this point, there was the welfare check had been done almost a month prior. They knew, you saw, like, there was so much back and forth among all of these different, detectives and FBI agents and FBI analysts and, everyone involved, all of the different agencies. It was well established that Tylee had gone dark, and not dark in the Lori and Chad sense, like dark as in there's no digital trail. It just stopped abruptly in September. No one could account for her welfare, her whereabouts, anything. But the other thing was this issue of it only being 3 months of record. So this is December 18th. 3 months, that would only take us back to September. Is it's around September 18th, which is around the time that Tylee was unaccounted for. So it doesn't even, there's a serious disconnect here that Detective Yinklin, again, I have no legal training. If I'm understanding this document correctly, she's saying that the probable cause for obtaining these records is that Tylee was a suspect in the planning or commission of the murder, but the period of time they request doesn't include July. It only goes from September to December, and so it just makes no sense. Like, if Tylee was involved in Charles' murder, why wouldn't they have taken this back to June? I like that. Anyway, so I mean, there could always be things that I'm not aware of. There could be a reference in someone's email. So obviously there are a lot of unanswered questions, but I took an umbrage at this because I do feel like it is a pretty solid pattern, and I will in the next live talk about more examples that at minimum just kind of cause you to tilt your head. Okay, second one, Lori bragged about paying Alex to murder Joe. So a number of Lori's friends in Hawaii were interviewed, and they recounted this issue of Lori talking. One in particular said that, and we'll get to that in a minute. But hear, well, no, okay. Let me just go on to the next slide. I'm getting ahead of myself. All right, so here we're going to hear from April Raymond, who was a good friend of Lori. She lived in Hawaii, and yeah, let's just see what she has to say.
Did she ever talk about anything else as far as Tylee or Tylee's father or anything like that?
Well, when Tylee's father passed away, she had come out to stay. That was another time she came to stay and visit with me. It was right after Jeff had died.
Okay.
And I know a little bit about the situation, but now I'm kind of going through everything that happened and was said, and it's kind of, I'm having a totally different impression of what happened.
Okay, so April says here that after Joe passed away and he was found dead, and He was believed to have been dead for 2 to 3 weeks. So there's also an issue of that overlapping with Charles being out of town for his mother's funeral, but we're not going to get into that.
Never talked about it.
Excuse me. But here we're going to hear one of Lori's friends talk about what Lori said about Joe's death.
I was talking to my brother. Yeah, so he told me I needed to call and tell you guys something.
Okay.
Which is that she didn't say this to me. I don't think she would have ever said this to me, but she did tell 2 of our mutual friends that she paid her brother to kill Joe Ryan.
On Tylee's death?
Yeah. So,
And or not to put words in your mouth, because she has 2 brothers. Are you talking about her brother Alex or?
Alex, yes, Alex.
Do you, sorry, taking notes while I talk to you, so.
Okay.
So she didn't tell you this, but she told.
She didn't say it to me, but she told April Raymond and Angeline Hall that.
And do you know about when she made those statements?
No, Angeline and I talked when all this started happening.
Okay.
Neither of them live on Kauai anymore, so I don't see them anymore. But Angeline reached out to me when everything happened, and she's actually given, one of these, anyway, she talked to Radar Online or something, I don't know.
Oh, okay.
But she said to me that Lori had said that she paid Alex to kill Joe.
Okay.
And so later when April and I were talking, I said, Angeline said this, can you believe it? And April said, she said the same thing to me.
Okay.
Lori would kind of say crazy things sometimes.
Anything in particular?
I mean, no, nothing like that. I mean, she never said anything like that to me.
Okay.
But I'm just saying that's why someone could hear something like that and kind of be like, whatever, Lori.
Okay.
Okay, I'm going to push back on that. No, it is not acceptable to be like, whatever, Lori. You're talking about a man who was just found dead, and Lori's bragging about paying her brother to kill him. Now, April had said she didn't remember Lori saying this, but that she had at one point talked about paying her brother to kill Joe, but she thought it was like in reference to the attempt on Joe's life, which was in 2007. My issue with that is, having seen Lori's MO, she doesn't brag about failures. She brags about successes. And we'll see examples of that. And I've talked about how it is such a strong compulsion for her. She has like the self-control of a toddler. Like, she tells on herself because she's just so delighted whenever she gets away with something. And so she couldn't stop talking about wanting to murder Joe or paying Alex to murder Joe. And if this is what people are sharing, I do question how much are they withholding, just because, like, at this point, none of these women had come through, like they didn't come forward after Joe had died. They dismissed it. But then even when the story broke, like at least as far as the FOIA docs are concerned, unless something is redacted, there's no record of any of them coming forward. Even when like the kids went missing, it was one of Chad's lists, because he had a compulsion to quantify all of these like trust values and light values, and he was like Rain Man, just quantifying everything. And he listed some of these women, and then one of the women had mentioned April Raymond. So April wasn't included in that list, I don't think, but one of the other women in Hawaii threw her name out there. So they were tracked down. I think it was like April, May 2020, something like that. And so so I appreciate the insight, but I just can't imagine like just holding this back. But all right, moving on. So, escaping to Hawaii was nothing new for Lori. This was a pretty solid MO for her. We see evidence of this in January 2019. Lori was back and forth between Arizona and Hawaii. This is, of course, after Joe was found dead. So, Joe was found dead in April. But April Raymond didn't say when exactly Lori came out, just that it was after Joe's death, or like right after his death. But then fast forward to October 2019, Lori, and according to an inside source, Melanie was also with her, and they went to Hawaii. So, just keep in mind that the detail of Melanie also being on that trip that has not been confirmed in the FOIA docs. Excuse me. But at minimum, Lori went to Hawaii when Tammy died. I think I mentioned in another live, although it might have been in the Cool Cats, but very early on in the case, someone in the first Facebook group I was in actually identified me as one of the people in the pictures in Hawaii, and she said, "No, I saw pictures. I saw pictures with you and Melanie Boudreaux in Hawaii." And so I was just like, "Okay, yeah, that's crazy, but good to know that at some point Lori and Melanie were in Hawaii." So I always kind of had that tucked away, like, okay, I think Lori and Melanie were in Hawaii at some point. But I don't know who this person thought was me. And then December 2019, Lori and Chad hid out in Hawaii after the welfare check. And this doesn't even include some of the rumors about the Cox family jet setting off to Hawaii when Stacy was in hospice. And actually that's not just rumor. That is included in the FOIA docs because Steve Cope talked about it. And he said that he talked to, I believe it was Lori's uncle was also in hospice, or maybe it was Janice's uncle, a family member's uncle, excuse me, was also in hospice at that time and had said that I think he had contacted the Coxes and they just said they were trying to make it back before Stacy died. But according to him, they did not make it back. And as the story goes, Alex was the only one with Stacy and spent a bunch of money on her credit cards. Okay. This was very, very surprising to me. According to Melanie Gibb, so I find this credible only because there wouldn't have been any benefit to her to lie about this. But according to Melanie, Lori asked her to take JJ. This is when Melanie was in Rexburg. So this was her trip overlaps with JJ's murder. So she was being interviewed, I think, well, it doesn't matter. She was being interviewed by law enforcement. I think it was Rexburg, but this is, yeah, okay. I received and forwarded additional warrant responses from cellular providers, blah, blah, blah. That doesn't matter. During a conference call, I learned Melanie Gibb hired an attorney. So much for the why would I need an attorney? God is on my side. And I already knew because she had made a statement back in February 2020 that she had hired an attorney and was cooperating with police. So I thought it was weird when in May 2020 she made that, grandiose statement, like, why would she need an attorney? Because God was on her side. So I was like, okay, well, why wasn't God on your side back in February? And what made the difference? Where Melanie had an attorney and then she no longer felt like she needed an attorney. But so they learned that Melanie Gibb had hired an attorney and spoke briefly with Rexburg police. Melanie said the last time she saw JJ was on 9/23 when she visited Lori in Rexburg. We will address that. That is also a contradiction with something else she had said. But Lori asked Melanie to take JJ with her, but Melanie declined. Melanie then returned to Utah with her boyfriend, David Warwick, and yeah, we'll talk more about this issue of law enforcement still peddling this story that Melanie refused to lie for Lori and Chad, but that's for the next live. The focus here is Lori asked Melanie to take JJ with her. Now, we don't know when during this trip, but just the fact that Melanie just declined, I mean, she and David could have just dropped him off at the police station. We know that Melanie met Kay because she talked about it, I think, in her East Idaho News interview. I think it was when Lori was, or I think Charles had come into Phoenix and was packing up his stuff at the house, and Lori came in and Kay was there, but Melanie was also there. I think that's when she met Kay. But she could have dropped JJ off at police and then reached out to Kay, and I mean, there were so many options that would have been very little inconvenience. It's not like, this meant she would be adopting JJ. But I was just like, wait, she has communicated in her own words that things were escalating, that Lori was referring to him as being a zombie. David talked about, this claim that JJ climbed up on the cabinets and, all of this stuff, like this was clearly a distressed visit where Lori had identified JJ as a zombie, and we will talk about this more, but it's well established Melanie knew what the fate of zombies was, and she really showed her hand in the secret recorded call that one friend did. And again, that's for another live, but yeah, this was shocking. Like, there was just no reason for JJ to die. All right. Just the sheer number of people who joined in these castings. Now, this isn't even an exhaustive list, but this is from the FOIA docs, and it says, I asked Melanie if she knew Julie. That's not Julie Rowe. It was one of the other women who was in this group, and like they were all meeting up and they were doing these prayer circles and these castings. And Melanie confirmed that she did, and that Julie was into healing and was a friend of Zulema's. I asked Melanie if she ever participated in any prayer circles. Now, these prayer circles are also called castings, and one specifically at Lori's house in August after Charles died. She recalled this prayer circle and indicated that she and her boyfriend David were there with Melanie, Alex, Julie, Chad, and Lori. There was another meetup in August that included someone else from this group, and we'll get to that momentarily. But so there were a number of meetups, but Melanie said that some were also done over the phone. So Okay. She stated that Chad even brought out a seer stone. I asked her what the importance of the seer stone was, and she indicated that she did not know. Okay, Mel. I asked if she recalled any time during this prayer of them mentioning Hiplos. Melanie was uncertain if Hiplos was mentioned because Charles was already dead. I'll give her that one. I asked if she recalled Julie talking about a dragon. That is actually documented in the FOIA docs. Julie talked about having this dream about a dragon and them making this connection that Hiplos or Charles was this dragon, and he was slain, and that was essentially the point of it. She again was uncertain what was said, but she did recall them talking about a dragon. Melanie was asked what the purpose was for the prayer circle. Melanie was uncertain what the prayer circle was about. So Melanie, she just can't quite recall pretty much anything. All right, then there's this question of, were castings done on the kids? This is what Melanie said.
How many castings do you think you were involved in?
Gosh, I don't know. I have to make a guess because I wouldn't know.
What would you guess?
Maybe 10? I'm not sure. And they were just for chat, I think most of them were on Charles and not the kids. And Tammy, I mean, I know they probably did. I don't know what they did with the kids. I don't have any idea on that part. They probably, I'm not sure on Tammy. Maybe?
Let me ask you about Tammy then.
Yeah.
Was Chad there? Or was it just Lori?
Well, they did. There was one, I can't remember who it was though. Sometimes these things, I don't remember all of it, because sometimes I was often detached from a lot of it because I was involved in my personal life. So I necessarily was,
I don't know, I'm asking why I try to reach back.
Yeah, so we were in a circle, we were holding hands, and Charles had passed away, so it had to have been somebody else because Charles was dead. And Zulema, she started talking about it. She was into, moving the earth and earthquakes and all that, you know that. She thought she had the power to do that. And I remember Chad and Lori said something. I don't know if anybody else said anything. So who was it?
So Chad was there in the circle.
Oh, yeah.
Lori was there.
Yep. And I think Melanie and Alex, Zulema, me and David. David doesn't remember any of it. You can ask him. He's blocked it, dude. He was so under blocked. He can't remember it.
And this was after Charles died.
This was right after he died when we had that little meeting. Remember? I said we got together one time in Charles's house.
So it would be like
in July. Yeah. But he died like July 11th. I always try to remember 7/11. Okay. So yeah.
Do you recall how soon after that was?
Weeks. Within weeks.
You think it's still in July?
David hadn't been in town. That's the only way I can track it.
But this casting was for what reason?
To continue to help the spirits that are in the bodies to talk them out of leaving their bodies.
What bodies?
I think it could have been Tammy. It might have been Brandon, maybe. That's the only two I can think of. That would be the only two I can think of, because if they said anything else, I have no memory of that. So no memory. And definitely, well, because not JJ, definitely, because JJ wasn't deemed a zombie until, September, right? So they would definitely not have done it about JJ. So probably Tammy and Brandon, because they said Brandon was definitely at this high level, dark.
I don't want you, I appreciate you saying it was probably either one of these two or maybe both, but I need you to remember who was trying to be casted. If it was both, fine, but if it was just one.
I know,
think about it.
I can't even remember what child movie said.
Okay.
I remember showing she's her priesthood power, and then she's like, go ahead, take it over, Zulema. I remember that.
All right. So, were you,
Because Zulema remembers. Yes.
some things.
Okay.
Refresh my memory when you were here in Idaho.
September?
In September. Was there a casting done at Roy's house?
Not that I can recall. I've tried to remember, like, did we have that? Not that I recall.
Or did you have how about a prayer? Is it where you guys got there and just had a prayer or anything like that?
Well, normal prayers, like on a food or something,
Right.
possibly like that. I don't recall. I mean, I could say maybe, but I don't remember.
So as far as casting, none took place in Idaho that you were present at?
Not that I can recall.
Okay.
I'm doing my best to remember,
I know.
but it's horrifying to think about it, but I don't know.
Okay.
That's a whole mood. All right. So she maintains that no castings were done for the kids. She couldn't remember who they were done for, except for Charles and maybe Brandon, but she remembers it wasn't the kids. Let's see what Serena says. She remembers things a little bit differently.
Just kind of walk us through what you would say. Like if it got to your turn, what you would say to cast out these evil spirits.
Well, it's very similar to what we're taught in the Bible. So in the name of Jesus Christ, I ask for, and you can ask for things when you pray. I ask for the element of water to come, water in the heavens above and the earth beneath, that's in the Exodus, to come and cleanse. And I can't remember, you asked who we specifically targeted. I know she was very concerned about her husband, Charles, and that he was possessed. And I can't remember if it was that time or if it was later, but I think it was.
Just kind of walk us through what you would say. Like if it got to your turn.
Oh no, it cut off. Let me see. Just a second.
So she specifically was worried about her husband. And I'm pretty sure at one point she was worried about her daughter, Tylee.
There we go.
Too. And I can't remember if it was that moment or not. And I can't remember if she said it was dark or she was possessed, like her daughter. I think she said she was just dark, but her husband was possessed.
Okay. So, little bit of background. Each of the people who were involved in these castings, they believed that they each had some kind of special power and it was tied to the elements in some way. So Zulema believed that she could cause earthquakes. Serena believed or was told that she had power over water. And so they would, like in one account, someone said they held hands. I mean, they would get in these circles and they would be praying for these people, but each person would be like kind of calling forth their power. Now, I think that there's some revisionist history going on, and you can understand, obviously, these people are deeply embarrassed. I mean, the FOIA docs just put them on a public stage. And so I'm not trying to magnify that embarrassment. And they admit to being deceived and all of that. But we still need to wrap our minds around what their mentality was at the time and try to find out, okay, where's that line between we're getting revisionist because these people are embarrassed and what the actual intent of these prayers were. So I think as these different members try to walk it back, it sounds more like, excuse me, okay, yeah, I had this, special power of water, and some of it, they're just kind of caught in some of these details because of the sheer volume of text messages and things that were codified, between all of these texts and emails and stuff. And so things that they thought were done kind of behind closed doors, now so many people have been interviewed, and even though everyone's trying to walk it back and minimize the role, details are seeping out that indicate just how dark these castings were and how dark their intention was, I believe, in how they leveraged these powers that they believed that they had. And if you're in the group, or if you've followed this case closely, there's actually a really bizarre interaction between Lori and Zulema. I didn't include it in this call because I want to do a live where I really kind of take a deep dive into more the mechanism of how these believers, how these group members thought that they were doing their mission. And but anyway, so okay. Whoops. So one of my big questions as I have been going through the FOIA docs is, okay, but what really was the end goal of these castings? Was it freedom as people are positing now, or was it death? I believe it's the latter, and we'll use the FOIA doc to establish that. So this is just like more details, and as always, I will share a link to the presentation. You can go through and look at these screenshots. I'm not going to read everything that's on the screenshot. I just try to provide a little bit of context just so you can kind of get an idea of what's being discussed. And sometimes there are Easter eggs in there, like there might be something that you didn't know about. So, excuse me. But let's see, where should I jump in? Melanie stated that Lori thought she had the power of priesthood. She added that Chad always told Lori that she had all of these powers. She recalled one specific time when Lori took out a map. She then told them that they were going to do a prayer to find out how many zombies were in Arizona. Lori provided a number of how many zombies there were, and then said a prayer. Chad then would confirm their efforts by telling them they got rid of so many zombies during their prayer. Melanie stated that through prayer, these people would physically pass away. I asked Melanie if these people were living beings. She then provided an example using the police station. They would first check to see how many zombies there were. They would then say their prayer, and Chad would check his pendulum. Chad, sorry, it's hard to keep a straight face with some of the stuff. Chad would then come back with a number of how many died. I asked Melanie if these people would experience a physical death, and she stated that they would. Again, using the example of the police station, she indicated that their prayer would have physically killed the people at the police station. Melanie indicated that there was no evidence that their prayers caused death because people die every day. I'm like, well, thank you for that raging statement of the obvious. But she made it clear. And, Melanie is that one of the issues with Melanie, besides, she does have, and I'm not saying this to be cruel or mean, but, there are indicators that there seem to be like some developmental delays, but then it's kind of magnified because she keeps finding herself in these pressure cookers, but she also put herself out there. So I think when everything kind of was thrown out there, and Lori and Chad were on the run, I think Melanie saw an opportunity to kind of step up, take center stage. She wrote this letter to AVAL members. We're not going to get into that. And then she went on this media tour, and that is part of the reason we know so much about Melanie, and that now we have all of these contradictions, because she didn't know when she did these interviews early on that you don't remember everything you said in an interview, and then she was just kind of, I believe, making things up as she went along. And now it's like kind of time to pay the piper, because now there's this obsessed there are more obsessed people than just me, but like kind of holding her feet to the flame, saying, wait a minute, this is a contradiction. So but there was one point in her interview with Keith Morrison where she gave herself away. No,
Melanie at the
oops,
time.
sorry. No, one thing to keep in mind here is this was Melanie putting her best foot forward. She was being interviewed by Dateline. This was right after, or this aired right after her interview with East Idaho News. I do think that East Idaho News got they definitely got the exclusive. So then she would have interviewed with Dateline after that. But this is her putting her best foot forward, and this is what she said.
Melanie at the time could scarcely understand what happened. Lori had told her Chad's prophecy that Charles would die, but shot to death?
I'm thinking he's going to pass away. Like they would have a prayer, maybe the spirit would leave and his body would just die. If it was really true that if he was a zombie. And I didn't see that coming.
That was stunning. It was absolutely stunning. The look on Keith's face is absolutely priceless. But here she said on national television, like, whoa, yeah, shot to death. Like, yeah, I didn't see that coming, even though, excuse me, we now know that she was at Lori's house less than 48 hours before Charles was shot. And she inserted herself into that whole melee. And I talked about that in the last live. You can refer back to that live. But like, she went so far as to, when Lori kind of disregarded her, like she wasn't answering her texts, she's like, I don't care about what you have to say. Melanie had said, like, I want to come over. This is July 9th, 2 days before Charles was murdered. And then Melanie actually drove to Lori's house and texted her and said, I'm here. And then Lori was like, okay, fine, but be quiet. You can come back, but be quiet. All right. So I made the point. I believe that the intent of these castings were not biblical, as the one woman said. I think they were for unto death, as they would say. Okay. All right. The family moved to Hawaii. Now, this is when Tylee was younger, and this is when there was a custody battle between Lori and Joe. It was actually a power play. So I have thought up until this point that Lori and Joe were fighting for custody, and before they could go to court, Lori took off for Hawaii. But according to Lori's friend, Anne, that was not the case. So, and Anne was living in Hawaii when Lori and Charles moved there. So let's see what she has to say.
Do you know what kind of relationship that she had with Joe? Do you know what kind of
Sorry. She is being interviewed by Detective Yinklin from Chandler Police. So this was, early 2020 when everyone was interviewed. I think it was all in an April, May date range. Oh, and one other thing I will say for Anne is she is the only one who came forward of her own volition. She mentions that in the snippet, and I wanted to include it, but it's easy to miss. No, it was still when everyone else was being interviewed, but I do appreciate that she actually reached out to them. Okay.
Do you know what kind of relationship that she had with Joe? I mean, I know a lot of the back history.
I really don't know that much. I mean, when she moved here, Tylee was still living with Joe, and then Tylee came over, I think a few months later, and then stayed. I know she hated Joe, and she didn't like Joe, and she was happy when he died. She was happy Tylee was getting Social Security for it.
So this was definitely a big surprise, finding out that Joe had custody of Tylee, and that does line up with something that a reporter had told me at one point, that Joe had actually won custody of Tylee. Excuse me. But to hear someone say, like, no, I remember when they moved out and Tylee was not with them. That was very surprising. And so then I had to just kind of reprocess everything. Like, okay, so then what was up with the move to Hawaii? And I now believe that Lori moved to Hawaii so that Tylee would be stranded and so that she would be alienated from JJ. So, just to kind of give perspective here, this would have been somewhere in later 2014. One person estimated that she thought that they moved to Hawaii in October 2014. And JJ would have been 2 at that time. So, I mean, and major hat tip to Michelle Reese for sharing these pictures with me. They're absolutely adorable. But these are pictures of, around the age that JJ would have been when Tylee was in Phoenix. So it looks to me like Lori had lost custody, and again, I mean, this is just trying to put puzzle pieces together, but knowing just how she plays, it was like, okay, well, I didn't win custody. I am willing for my own child to suffer and not have regular visits with the family, with her, with Charles, with JJ. Colby didn't move to Hawaii. And this would have, I'm sure, put a significant strain on Tylee, because now here she was, living with her dad. So that would have been a change. But the rest of her family would have been stripped away from her. Okay. Lori told friends she paid Alex to kill Joe. I touched on this a little bit, but this is more specific detail. I think. Hopefully I'm not repeating myself. If I am, sorry.
I was talking to my brother. Yeah, so he told me I needed to call and tell you guys something. Which is that?
She didn't say this to me. I don't think she would have ever said this to me, but she did tell 2 of our mutual friends that she paid her brother to kill Joe Ryan.
Tylee's dad?
Yeah. So.
And that's what word in your mouth? So she has two brothers. Are you talking about her brother Alex or?
Alex, yes, Alex.
Do you, sorry, taking notes while I talk to you, so, so she didn't tell you this, but she told you.
She didn't say it to me, but she told April Raymond and Angeline Hall.
Oh, you know what? I did. I already talked about this, so we're just going to move
I
on.
was talking to
Oops.
my brother.
Sorry about that. Okay. Number 7, a mystery within a mystery. So this I haven't shared in the Cool Cats group. I actually found this in the final sprint to get through these documents. But there was this reference in, this was October 2018. So this was let me back up a little bit. This was a search warrant. It was included in all of the other search warrants. Sometimes if a search warrant was kind of confusing, I would cross-reference it. So I would use the search warrant ID, try to find as much information as I could about the search warrant. This just confirmed that, yes, this search warrant ID had to do with, but we knew it was T-Mobile, but this was for 2 of Lori's numbers. So this is part of the reason it takes me so long to get through these FOIA docs. But it says here, and no, it's, it's like your standard search warrant. This is Detective Moffat who was requesting this. And let's see, that there's probable cause to believe that the hereinafter described property or persons presently located within the hereinafter described location, so talking about Chandler, is connected with the commission of a public offense, to wit, first-degree murder, in accordance with yada yada, which occurred on October 14th, 2018 at 2:15 in the morning, as described in the affidavit in the city of Chandler, Maricopa County, Arizona. So this was, this really kind of threw me off my axis a bit, because I was like, okay, October 14th, how does that fit in with the timeline? And kind of doesn't with the information that we have at this time. So I'm going to provide some context. The only thing that predates, it's in any kind of FOIA doc or any document that's been released that I've found that predates this, was the excuse me, this document put out by Fremont County and Rexburg. I think it was a joint. It was the indictments against Lori and Chad. And this one in particular says that the defendants, Chad Guy Daybell, Lori Noreen Vallow, and Alex Cox, deceased on or about October 1st, 2018 to January 15th, 2020 in the county of Fremont, state of Idaho, and elsewhere, including Madison County, and as part of a continuing transaction and common scheme or plan in Fremont counties, did willfully and knowingly combine, conspire, confederate, and agree to commit murder in the first degree of Tamara Tammy Daybell, did combine or conspire to commit murder, and one or more of such persons did an act to affect the object of combination or conspiracy. So basically, they're saying, what they're saying here is that we'll just stick with one of these C words. So this conspiracy to murder Tammy started as early as October 1st, 2018. Now, they don't commit to a particular date, but they say on or about October 1st. So that has always, I've always kind of tucked that away, because that is not the case with the kids. In this same document, their conspiracy began on October 26th, which coincides with this Preparing a People conference where Lori and Chad met for the first time, or so the story goes. So there was conspiracy, according to this, there was potential conspiracy to murder Tammy that predates the conspiracy to harm and or murder both Tylee and JJ. So how does this fit in with what we have? Because we don't have a lot of information around 2018. It's pretty sparse. So we know that, according to Melanie, she and Lori met on October 4th. So that's in the FOIA doc. Melanie Gibb and Lori Vallow physically met for the first time. So I'm a little curious about this qualification that they physically met. So to me, that indicates that they may have had some kind of communication online. And we do know from the FOIA docs that Jason said when Lori reached out to him that he was going to connect her with Melanie Gibb. Excuse me. So they physically met for the first time at a church event in Mesa, Arizona. They were introduced to each other by Jason Mao. Mao had previously met Melanie Gibb, that would have been Gibb, at the Mesa LDS temple. So then on October 19th, this is when Lori she shared her testimony. This, I believe, was found in her main iCloud account. So her main iCloud account is her Lori for Style. That was the email address that I had for her. It was Lori for Style. And then she created another iCloud account. And I found a reference to it in the FOIA docs that wasn't redacted, and it was called Lolly Time. I also found another reference to a list of people, like people who had died who were protecting Lori. And one of those listed was her sister who had died as an infant. Her name was Laura, and it said in parentheses, Lolly. So I think that Lolly Time was named after Lori. Lots of conjecture in there, but just, stitching things together. I think that was the impetus for the naming of that iCloud account. Okay, so Melanie Gibb was present during this testimony, which was held at Melanie's home. Lori discusses turning her life over to the temple, yada, yada, yada. Well, I'm not going to read all that. You can read that on your own. And then October 26th was, according to Melanie, that was when Lori and Chad met for the first time at a Preparing a People event in St. George, Utah. I am going to play, excuse me, a snippet of, yeah, I do make a point here. I will talk about this. But it was interesting to me that it says Chad Daybell's Google account should, and I'm getting off topic a little bit, but it is interesting. Chad Daybell's Google account shows numerous searches during this period. Now look at this period. It's October 27th, so it's the day after they supposedly met at this Preparing a People event, to November 1st, 2019. So this is more than a year, a little more than a year. So Chad Daybell's Google account shows numerous searches during this period. Oh gosh. These include the names of Lori Vallow, Charles Vallow, Alex Cox, and Melanie, I'm sure that would say Boudreaux. In addition, I noticed many searches for Arizona obituaries. So I'm just like, oh, okay, you're just going to, first of all, lump in searches for, no, obviously, that law enforcement doesn't owe us anything, but I am very curious about this point. I should probably build that first. So they're lumping these two things together that are pretty disparate. Like, okay, like Chad's doing these searches for her family members, but then there are many searches for Arizona obituaries that just happen to also span, they could happen anytime in this period of time. Now, I mean, I think there would have been probably two main people he would have searched for obituaries, and that would have been Joe and Charles. Well, I guess no, there wouldn't have been a search for an Arizona obituary for Brandon because he didn't die. So yeah, so I do wonder if Chandler is doing Phoenix Police a solid by just kind of like mixing that in there. All right. And I'm going to play this snippet of Lori's testimony.
There's a turning point in my life that turned me to the temple. And this is what I teach everybody. And my change of heart was to the temple. So I had been married to someone who was very awful, who raped my children. And I had divorced him and gotten away from him. And he had joined the church. He spoke in state conference. Everyone thought he was wonderful. He was very good showman, all those things. And after we were divorced, he told everybody that I was this lying, crazy Mormon and got up in court, said all these horrible things about me, and turned it around to where the judges believed him instead of me. And he was constantly trying to get custody of my 3-year-old daughter and just to rub it in my face. And I went through a lot of years of this kind of hard stuff. And I was going to murder him. I was going to kill him, like the scriptures say, like Nephi killed, like just to stop the pain and to stop him coming after me and to stop him coming after my children. And I just felt I couldn't take it anymore. And I would go through the scriptures and find all the things like, if he comes against you once, if he comes against you twice, if he comes against you 3 times, then you can kill him. It says it in the scriptures. And I'm like, there it is. There's my answer. I don't want to do anything that's wrong. I did not have a murderous heart. I just wanted to stop the bleeding and stop the pain. And so someone wise was speaking to me and said, you need to go to the temple. So I met my bishop and I was like, I'm either going to turn my life to the temple or I'm going to commit murder. So do you want to give me a temple recommend? And I was perfectly honest because at that point I had nothing to lose. You get to the bottom rung and I had nothing to lose. And he gave me my temple recommend. And I started going to the temple every week by myself. Not with my current husband, just by myself to the temple. The Mesa Temple, which I love. We moved here from Texas to get that having trouble with line, that you do not have any idea what is in store for them. That things are so magnificent that you can't even imagine them right now. That's what you're running for. We didn't go anywhere because it's going to be glorious. And those who go to the other side wanted to go to the other side. It was their mission. They chose. Everybody chose. If you have your whole, you're going to be the only one left of your whole family. That's okay. You're here to do your mission because your kids are adults in eternity. Yep. They're your friends. Yep. Your parents are your friends. Yep. They're not your kids. They're loaned to you for this short time. They're adults and they have their own missions and their own eternity to live. Yeah. And they're making their choices now. And who knows what they're doing. But there is the atonement is infinite and eternal, and we do not need to worry about the souls of the men. We do not have to worry about our children. We do not have to. You should have incredible hope to hear that.
Absolutely bizarre. But why am I diving into this? This is just an untapped mystery. I don't know what would have happened in the middle of all of this. So I've, kind of set the stage like Lori and Melanie had just met. Then Lori shares this bizarre testimony just days before she and Chad meet. Excuse me, at this Preparing a People conference. And it just leaves me wondering because, at that time, I just thought at the time that, someone handed me this recording and that's how it was made public. I just thought, how in the world did she and Melanie meet? And it escalated to this. Like, she just met, Melanie's just introducing her to this group. And part of Lori's testimony is that she wanted to murder her ex. Now, she never even mentions that he's actually dead. Like, she never circles back, like, and says, but I didn't have to because God murdered him, or, anything like that. It's just like this, to anyone in the room, it would have left this impression that he was still alive. But it just makes me wonder. Now, again, I'm veering into the conjecture lane because we just have so little information about this. Like, this event that indicated conspiracy to commit murder. First of all, it predates the PAP event, which is the earliest date where that's documented, where there was conspiracy to harm and or murder the kids. But this is specifically, this entire document is in reference to the investigation into Charles' death. So it does stand to reason that at the same time that they would have been conspiring, that someone would have been conspiring to kill Tammy, they would have also been conspiring to murder Charles. But there are big question marks here because it really leaves you with the impression that Lori and Chad may have met physically for the first time on October 26th. And that was the impetus for Chad's bizarre little romance story. I use that term very loosely. But it does seem like there would have had to have been some kind of contact because by the time they met at this event, they went from 0 to 60. Like, they were already conspiring at that point to, allegedly murder Tammy, Charles, and the kids. I mean, they're talking about just a wholesale, like, just murder everyone who could possibly stand in the way. But then here's Lori. So it made me take a second look at this interview because here's Lori sharing this testimony that, to me, now it's starting to come across like, I don't know how you'd even put it, almost like an audition tape, like she's putting this testimony out there. It is bizarre already that Melanie Gibb recorded this. And I know that from my inside source. This person obtained this copy totally legally. And I did know, and Melanie did confirm in the FOIA docs in the midst of these interviews, or no, I think she told Nate Eaton. And I think it's also confirmed in the FOIA docs, but she had told Nate Eaton even before these FOIA docs were released that she did record the testimony. So it's kind of like, all right, this is a small this is a small group of people gathering. What's the point of the recording? It just seemed like she was recording it to then pass on to, who knows, Jason Mal, Chad. But to me, it seems, well, and it doesn't just seem, there's something that happened on October 14th. But here's the other weird thing is that it happened on October 14th, but they're not requesting her phone records all the way back to October of 2018. They're requesting it for June 11th to July 16th. So I don't know if something was referenced. Maybe she made a reference in a text message to Alex, or I don't know, or to Chad. But something that, what will happen is they'll go through these phones that they get access to, but then they'll send a search warrant. I mean, they'll request a search warrant for like the all of the data in the cloud, and they'll get more information from the cloud, even things that they may have deleted from their phone. So, all right, enough about that. I hate how Google Slides does it. Okay, so it does make me, I did revisit this. This is the infamous Reddit email. This had been published on the, need to delete that. This was published on the ex-Mormon subreddit on Reddit, and it was deleted, but someone had grabbed a screenshot of it, and that's why it's really just nasty formatting, because all the paragraph breaks had been removed. But I kept going back to this email as information would come out and kind of checking things off, like what was proved to be accurate. Because when this email was published, it was very, very early in the case. Like it might have been like January 2020. It was very early. And there were details that you would have had to have been an insider to know. So bit by bit, they just started like trickling out in different interviews and FOIA docs and things like that. But the only thing that so far has not, or has been proved wrong, is this, that I've seen, is this detail of Chad and Lori married the day after Thanksgiving. So we know that they actually married, I think it was December 5th. Is that right? No. Oh my gosh. November 5th. Yeah, I think it was November 5th. So it may have been that Lori didn't pass on these pictures to Melanie Gibb until after Thanksgiving. And we do know that from Melanie's own words that Lori sent her these pictures of her wedding. But then there's this detail that's just always been out there where it says they met technically. So I don't know. I've never really understood, like, why the technically and why capitalize it. But anyway, they met technically September 23rd. Now, this was definitely a typo, because by September 23rd, I mean, this was, Charles was dead. Tylee was dead, and JJ was being buried that day. So obviously they meant, whoever wrote this meant 2018. So they met technically September 23rd, 2018 through Jason Mao at Temple. And then this whole story about, Chad was told around that time, yada, yada, yada. The special woman was going to come into her life, and then it jumps ahead to details that have been confirmed. Some of them, who knows, they won't be able to be confirmed, most likely. Like, was Tammy on the list and married to John the Beloved? Who knows? But as far as like significant details, this is the only one that I'm aware of that's been proved false. And this is just kind of floating out there, like that, there's this whole story about how, like, Lori was given to Chad in the temple. And, so as far as I know, Jason Mao wasn't asked about this. So anyway, so it does make me wonder. It made me kind of revisit this. Like, all right, is there more credence to this? Like, did Lori and Chad have some kind of meetup in the temple? And so they had already connected and, were texting or emailing or who knows what. We don't know. But it's a curiosity. So, and I don't believe in suffering alone. No, I think it was interesting. It just points back to, it's like another piece of evidence that, like, okay, well, we don't have the super organized, like, indictment document, like everything that's come out of Rexburg and Fremont has been really organized. Like when they release their affidavits of probable cause, their indictments is just so tightly organized. Like paragraphs are numbered. They make a concise point, whereas the Chandler documents, and I am very, very grateful that all of this documentation has been released, but it's just a very different style. It's kind of more stream of consciousness, and and just kind of like, oh, all right, now where was I? Like there are these like kind of sharp turns and stuff. But anyway, and in one of the lives, I will actually read the I believe it was the affidavit of probable cause, because it was heavily redacted. But then when they released the police report, I was able to piecemeal almost the entire affidavit of probable cause back together, because these pieces were not redacted in the police report. So very, very grateful for that. But okay. All right. Next point. Brandon saw JJ the week he was murdered. This was, and these obviously they're not in any specific order. It just got too difficult, and I was like, I don't know if I was more surprised about this one thing than this other detail. So it was really more in the order that I pulled them together. But this was very, very surprising to me, because it's never been mentioned. We have a number of people who have been interviewed, who were privy to a lot of this insider information, and to my memory, there's never been any mention of this. And I'm not saying like this is suspicious, it's just noteworthy. So this was an email that Kay had sent to Detective Moffat. She was sending him a lot of emails with like tips and things like that. And this one was about Charles' truck. They were trying to track down Charles' truck. We'll talk more about that later toward the end. And they had tracked it down at Colby. Someone took a picture of it. She let him know the address. Forgot to tell you. Also, Brandon Boudreaux saw JJ and said he's okay. It gives us a little relief to hear that. So I believe that JJ was most likely murdered on September 22nd. We know that he was buried in the morning of September 23rd, allegedly. And so this was that week. No, there are lots of questions with this, because we don't know, how did Brandon see JJ? Was this like electronically? I mean, he was able to assure Kay that he was okay. So clearly, it at minimum would have been like over FaceTime or something like that. And I have wondered, maybe because of another detail, which I'll just have to talk about in another live. There are only so many things you can shoehorn into one live, and I'm probably going to max out that capacity in this live. But there is a detail out there of like Brandon getting other information from his, I believe Kay thought his son was 12, about their Lori and the kids' whereabouts. So I've wondered if like maybe Brandon passed on like an old phone to JJ. I don't know how he got this information. He may have gone to Rexburg, but I would have thought that would have been mentioned. But somehow Brandon had eyes on JJ the week that he was murdered. Okay, another thing that was interesting was Brandon and Melanie closed on their house the day before his attempted shooting. So this came from the Gilbert FOIA docs. FOIA, by the way, it stands for Freedom of Information Act. So I try to remember to include that. But it's talking about, obviously that's the address of his house. A search of the recorded documents of the Maricopa County Recorder found record, whatever. This was the deed to Brandon and Melanie's former residence at Quinn Avenue in Gilbert. I think they lived right across from the temple. The document showed Brandon and Melanie closed on the residence on October 1st, 2019, with the new owners, signing the document on October 3rd, 2019. So I just thought that was interesting and made the timing of his shooting that much more suspicious, because it could look like they needed to wait until he signed on the house so that, the house wouldn't get caught up in probate court or, whatever money they made from the sale of the home. So he needed to be alive for that. All right. So another detail, someone knew the kids were dead in December. This was a minor detail. I found it just, it was kind of sandwiched in, I think, at least a couple of different search warrants. Now, keep in mind, these search warrant documents, they're pretty long. There's a lot of legalese, but there was like this kind of boilerplate text at the bottom. I didn't add that redaction. That was already redacted. Some of these pages, it's like page after page after page, the entire page is redacted, but this was left unredacted, and it said, new information: on December 5th, 2019, detectives in Idaho had contact and interviewed a source of information close to the persons listed and involved in this ongoing investigation. That source alleged that he or she had been told by at least one of these parties that JJ and his sister Tylee were now deceased at the hands of the persons involved. No bodies have been located, and this information is not verified at this time. So I was like, at times I feel like a walking, talking timeline with this case. I've just reviewed this timeline, have updated it so much. I immediately knew of one person who had been interviewed on December 5th. So you see this reference to, detectives in Idaho had interviewed this person on December 5th. So no, this does not mean that this person who is documented, who I remembered. Now, I do try as much as possible to record any date that I find. But even when I've been going back through these documents, I still find dates that aren't included in my timeline. So, but the one that I know about, who would also have proximity to the quote persons involved, is Ian Pulaski. So on December 5th, it says, you see this up at the top. These are just kind of more notes. Brandon sent me an email that was drafted by Natalie Pulaski, who expressed fear for herself and her children. Natalie was the recent ex-wife to Ian, and they had children in common. Now, Natalie tracked down Brandon Boudreaux, after she discovered Ian married Brandon's ex-wife, Melanie, on November 30th. There are kind of more details about that. Like, she was trying to get Ian to tell her Melanie's last name. Melanie didn't want Ian to share Melanie's last name, but Ian did because he was worried about his own safety and the safety, particularly of his kids, because of some alarming things that Melanie had said to him. After they married, Melanie told Ian about her spiritual visions and redaction. Ian shared this information with Natalie, and they each became concerned for their welfare. Ian and Natalie requested to speak with law enforcement. Now, that is interesting. The fact that they note here that they requested to speak to law enforcement, because Ian's a little revisionist with that. He later, I believe, I didn't look this up, but I believe in his Dateline interview, I believe, or it might have been East Idaho News, I'm pretty sure he presented this picture of law enforcement came to him and kind of convinced him to gather intel on Melanie, and then he later regretted this decision. Okay. Natalie and Ian were both located in Rexburg, so I called Detective Hermosillo, blah, 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 blah. Won't share all that. Anyway, we've established Ian went with Natalie and was on December 5th, and they together were interviewed by Rexburg police. And then the next day, Ian met also with, I believe his name was Ricky, but someone from the FBI, at least one person from the FBI. And that's when he agreed to wear a wire. So that is, that just kind of caught my attention. Again, all the caveats apply. But Ian had said after cooperating with the police, he then comes clean to Melanie, lets her know. Her attorneys tell him he needs to write down everything that he told the police, because now they need to know, what do they know? What do they know about Melanie? Like, how much damage have you done? And Ian wrote all of this out. He was actually very organized in his approach. He actually outlined and really codified their beliefs. I will want to do a live just on his notes, because I think they provided fairly early on quite a bit of background and some context for some of these the crazy events. And at that point, the kids' remains hadn't been found. But Melanie had been told by Chad and Lori that their children had been possessed and had become zombies. She shared concerns, and she's been told Brandon needed to die, and that may indicate that the Tylee and JJ, well, there are some typos in here, needed to die as well. She told me she was worried that Al may have had to, quote, take care of the kids. She explained that Al had great faith and never wavered in his trust in the Lord. No task would be too difficult or great for him. When I asked for clarification, she restated her concern verbatim, which does sound very on brand for Melanie. But, so I can appreciate that he's trying to save his marriage and he's trying to minimize the damage. But I do believe that there is a strong possibility that there's one little detail that was like buried in the FOIA docs may give him away. And I believe that there is cause to believe that Ian actually knew that the kids were dead. And that would also explain why he would be so concerned for the safety of his children. And there was, some statement that Melanie had made about, like, you just never know with kids. They might be light 1 minute and dark the next. She also had concerns that two of her children, her two middle children, were had also become zombies or had become dark. Anyway, so this would explain why he would have been so panicked that he would have partnered up with his ex-wife to protect them and to protect their kids. And another little detail that's kind of buried in there, and it's not in the the FOIA docs. It was actually in something that Natalie had written, but he was so concerned that year, if memory serves me, that year it was Natalie's turn to have the kids for Christmas. So Ian was supposed to have them the weekend before, but he told Natalie to keep the kids that weekend. So, for a fairly new single parent to now, he may have seen his kids at some point. They might have arranged a clandestine meetup so that he could see his kids around Christmas. But that's really significant that he gave up his weekend with the kids the week before Christmas. Yeah. So again, if memory serves me, but I do believe it does. But then if it is Ian, I had very strong issues with this statement that he made on Dateline. Unfortunately, this episode of Dateline has been taken down. If anyone has recordings of not the first Dateline, I have that one because someone gave it to me. I wish I could think of her name. I am grateful beyond words. But if anyone has the recordings of the second and the third Dateline, I would really like to have them. I have the transcripts because they're in the dashboard, but I don't have the recordings except for the ones that I recorded before they were removed. Excuse me. So Ian said, I opened up to Melanie because I'm starting to see her perspective. See, this isn't all the hype it's been made up to be. And the kids' remains were found the following month. So, but if he was the one who let investigators know, I know from Melanie, or Melanie told me the kids were dead, it does make this statement that much more egregious. It's already egregious. Like, are you kidding me? Like, there are 2 missing kids. That's not hype. Anyway, all right. So there was one other detail, but I have to kind of give some background on it. I just thought that this was really interesting. It's more of an aside than anything. This was released fairly early on, like maybe February, March 2020, somewhere in there. It said on December 19th, police search Alex Cox's Rexburg townhouse, and Ian says he admitted to Melanie that he had spoken with officers. So that was on December 19th. Quote, I didn't know how she would react, but I couldn't hang on to the stress anymore. Of course, she was hurt, feeling betrayed, but she reassured me that she loves me and she understands why I did it, Ian allegedly wrote. Excuse me. But then there was this note in the FOIA docs where they're talking about, different details. But in the last paragraph, it says, Melanie was interviewed again by the FBI in Idaho. Melanie was dishonest about facts, and then redaction, again, very on brand for Melanie. But then it says, now keep in mind, this is December 23rd. So this is, this is a few days after, he said that he came clean to Melanie on December 19th. And December 19th was the day that Rexburg, I believe it's the day that Rexburg police circled back and they reached out to Ian to get into Alex Cox's apartment because they wanted to do further testing on his apartment. And at some point he said, and that was kind of the turning point for him, where he was like, oh, this is just BS. Okay. So Melanie did not provide any additional leads or investigative information. Melanie was not challenged on her lies because Ian was present and still cooperating with law enforcement. So I'm like, okay, either someone is writing these details down wrong, but that doesn't really make sense because they would have known that on the 19th he was like, I'm done, you know. And so either that or he didn't tell them that he wasn't cooperating anymore, and they just assumed that he was still cooperating. Who knows? Another mystery. Okay. Zulema and Alex's marriage was a transaction. So I, along with many others, really suspected that Alex and Zulema's marriage was arranged, but that was actually confirmed in the FOIA docs, and it was in these text message exchanges between Zulema and Lori. We have a lot of text messages from Zulema to both Lori and Chad, not Melanie Gibb or any of these other players, just Zulema with Lori and then Zulema with Chad. And occasionally some of these other players are caught up in friendly fire. But so this is Zulema. So anytime it says sent, that is Zulema. Anytime it says read, that's Lori. So I also put their first initial just to make it a little easier to read, but for the sake of transparency. So Zulema texts Lori. This is on March 26th. Hey girl, how are you? Are you okay? And this is right after a girls' weekend, which we will dive into that, not in this live. I've been thinking a lot about you today. You've been through so much lately. I hope you can get a reprieve. I found your note. I'm glad you got to see your daughter and spend some time with her. And then Lori doesn't reply to any of that. She just says, Porcius and Mohana, this is you and David. You sound like Greek gods. And Zulema is like, LOL, it does. I love the names. So the plan A was Lori was trying to play matchmaker with Zulema and David Warwick. But Zulema, she doesn't push back on very many things. And she does it very kind of like, you know, LOL. And I do love the names, you know, but she's not picking up what Lori is putting down. She clearly either has no interest in David or she knew that David wouldn't be interested in her, but it wasn't going anywhere. But that seemed to be plan A. But that was March. By August, there was this exchange. Okay, so I just didn't have time to, you know, drop all the Z's and L's. So again, anytime it says sent, you can always refer back to this slide. Sent, it's Zulema. Read, it's Lori. Okay, so Zulema, were you trying to tell me the other day that Alex is going to be my husband to finish my mission here? Zulema again, I'm a little slow at times and I don't get hints. Lori, yes. Did you get that answer? Lori again, it's what we saw in the future. Zulema, I had an impression. Now, Zulema always, you know, she really wanted to be the seer. Like she really believed that she was having all these visions and, you know, just different impressions and stuff. But she said, I had an impression when I met him for the first time, but I dismissed it quickly because I really didn't want to have a man again in this life. So Zulema again, I'll ask in the temple tomorrow. Lori, okay, that's good. Always ask the Lord. He's the only one who knows what he has in store. Zulema, you always encourage me to do that. So Zulema is consistently very fawning with both Lori and Chad. I love that about you. So then Lori, what time are you going to the temple tomorrow? Zulema, early 7 a.m. Then Zulema asked, does he know? And Lori said, yes, he knows. He knew before we told him what we saw. Zulema, interesting, ... You could tell, like, this is the next day. Like, she found out the night before. Now she's trying to process this. And then she said, he knew? This is like getting slapped with a silk glove here. The one that can't see anything. Think veil and all. I don't know what that's supposed to mean. Maybe thin veil and all. I didn't, and I'm the one that can see things. Question mark. So, Zulema, in the past 2 days, I've had guys come to me at Starbucks while I'm working. That hasn't happened to me in like, I don't know how long. Rofel. Then Lori, funny, when it rains, it pours. A little element of humor for you. Haha. Zulema, lol. And then Zulema goes back to, can you check on this person for me? And then she shares her name, Kelly. So since Kelly does, Zulema advocates for this Kelly check a few times. I think Lori and or Chad rejected her. So good job, Kelly. So, all right. So this was August. This was August 7th and 8th. Less than 2 months earlier, Zulema and Alex didn't even have each other's phone numbers. So this is leading up to Charles' murder. And there was a text message from Zulema that said, okay, thank you. It just seemed very weird. That hasn't happened to me before. I don't remember what this is in reference to. Oh, and I don't have Alex's phone number. She's texting Lori. So I couldn't include him in the text. I think they were having like a potluck or something. Could you please tell him? And Lori said, I will. And then we don't have the text messages from Alex with anyone included in the FOIA docs, but I pulled from the affidavit of probable cause on 6/22. So Zulema had asked Lori, well, she had told him that she told her that she didn't have Alex's number. And a few days later, it said on the 22nd, Alex started to text and Zulema's name fit in there. I think this was also confirmed in the police report that was later released that was highly unredacted. From Alex's phone number. Through a search warrant, this number was identified as belonging to Alex Cox. On June 22nd, 2019 at 19:02 hours, Alex sent Zulema a message. Hey, Zulema, it's Alex. So, I mean, like I'm always thinking in terms of timelines. So like they just got each other's phone numbers on June 22nd. And then Alex and Lori, everyone was like focused on Charles' murder up until July 11th. And there was some friction between Zulema and Lori, which I'll get into in another live. So, all the focus was really on like, okay, their mission is for, I believe, for Charles to be murdered. And then shortly after that, Alex and Lori peace out and head off with the kids to Rexburg. And they left on, we now know, August 31st. So that did not give them a lot of time to like build any kind of relationship. And plus, we see just how transactional this was. It was like, Zulema circles back and is like, did I catch that right? Are you saying that I'm supposed to marry your brother? And there's another reference to Alex that's kind of funny, but also really pathetic. I mean, all of this is just really, really sad, and incredibly infuriating. I mean, it's sad that like these people were just like putting their lives on hold and marrying, someone who was assigned to them. Now, I do question if Zulema benefited financially, and that was the reason for the 5,000 to 7,000. Which, if she admits to 5,000 to 7,000, it was probably more than 5,000 to 7,000. But okay, moving on. September 22nd was a significant date for Lori. Again, this was buried in these text exchanges between Lori and Zulema, but Zulema asked Lori, this was back in April, was September 21st when you had your visitation. Now, I believe she's referencing this visitation that Lori supposedly had where she claims that she saw Jesus. And so that's the only visitation we've heard anything about. So I think that's pretty safe to assume. Lori replies, "Sorry, I lost you girls. I had it on September 22nd. The same day Moroni met with Joseph every year for all those years before he got the plates. He first appeared to him on the 21st, but continued through the night to the 22nd. Then he always met with him on the 22nd. And then Zulema said, that completes the revelation and prophecy." So why was that surprising? Well, I believe that JJ was murdered on the 22nd. I mean, it was sometime most likely between the 22nd. Well, yeah, it would have been between the 22nd and the 23rd because there is a picture of JJ on a sofa on the 22nd, I believe. And then, all of the evidence allegedly points to him being buried on Chad's property the 23rd. So, there are lots of question marks around that. Another detail that was very surprising to me: Zulema visited Lori in between the murders of Tylee and JJ. So I was going through my notes of when when different people visited, and well, first off, here's the evidence. You can sift through that. I'm not going to read all of these, but on September 15th, Lori texted Zulema and said, "So excited to see you today. We have been there 2 times to bless you. They really don't want you to come here. It's so important." There were text messages before this where Zulema had talked about coming out to visit them. And, and Zulema always was under attack. I felt totally attacked. Totally attacked last night and this morning, blah, blah, blah. So she really has this perception of like anything that is inconvenient, physical ailments and stuff like in her mind. And I think she's being genuine. She really believed that these were like actual attacks from Satan. But then on September 17th, Zulema texted Lori and said, "It was very powerful in the temple today. It was so much fun to be with all of you this weekend. Now I just have to wait until the Lord says it's time for me to go." So, all right. So we know that she was there. She flew out the 15th, flew back the 17th. So I was trying to figure out like how I could best put this in more of a visual format. And so we know that they arrived with the 1st. So they moved in, meaning Lori, Alex, and the kids moved in the 1st. I believe that Tylee was murdered on the 8th. I believe that JJ was murdered on the 22nd. But with both of them, we know it was somewhere in between the 8th and the 9th. Tylee was buried on the 9th, allegedly, and JJ was buried on the 23rd, allegedly. I don't know if I need to say allegedly, but I'm just going to err on the side of caution. All right. So then here is Zulema coming the 15th, leaving the 17th. The next day, Melanie Gibb came. The next day after that, David Warwick joined them, and he was there from the 19th to the 23rd. So as far as we know, as of yet, no one was there the week Tylee was murdered, but around the time JJ was murdered, there's a lot of like kind of, activity. And then it's very important to note this information here, this is from a confidential source. Initially, and I think if I remember correctly, there were 2 different sources that put Melanie Pulowski in Rexburg this week. One said that she was also there from the 24th to the 29th. Another one said she was there from the 26th to the 29th. So, but neither have been confirmed. So just please don't state that as fact until it's actually confirmed. Both of these sources have been reliable. So, and when I talk about sources, I'm not talking about, oh, I was in a Facebook group and I saw someone, shared a post where they said whatever. I mean, all kinds of crazy stuff that has no basis in fact, it has been shared in these groups. It is someone who has reached out to me. We have a trust relationship. I have never shared these names. And I keep everything anonymous, but it's, that doesn't mean that these confidential sources are always going to bat 1,000, but I have shared in other lives about how there were details that these sources, that different sources I've had knew about, like, Colby flying to Houston with Lori and Melanie Pulowski flying with Lori to Missouri, which has like quasi been confirmed. Like in the FOIA docs, they haven't explicitly said, oh yeah, Melanie was there too. But Lori flies into Phoenix first. She's at Melanie's house the day before they leave, or at least she leaves for Missouri. And then there's a reference. Zulema texted Lori and said, asked her something, and Lori said, I think she said something to the effect of, we're on the plane now. And so she said we. So someone was with her, and Zulema was aware that this person was flying with her. So, all right. There's this mysterious reference to trash cans and a brush. Now, there is no context for this reference. It's just dropped in here. And it says on December 9th at approximately 7:15, so that's in the morning. And I think this came from the Gilbert FOIA doc. I was requested by Detective Ryan Pillar to respond to the Gilbert Police main station to assist with an assault investigation. So this FOIA doc, this entire document is centered around the attempted shooting of Brandon Boudreaux. That's why it's coming from Gilbert. But Gilbert Police were also helping with the investigation into like the missing kids. I arrived at the listed location at approximately 7:20, so they're, getting off to an early start. The scene consisted of 3 residential trash cans located in the secured main station parking lot. So there are these 3 residential trash cans, and they're in the parking lot, at 7:15 on December 9th. And then there's a brief description of the items that were collected. The only thing admitted into evidence besides the scene photographs, so they took a bunch of pictures of the trash. So I'm imagining them probably putting out a tarp and putting, all of these items on this tarp and taking pictures. There's no mention of a tarp. That's just, me trying to fill in the blanks. But the only thing admitted into evidence was this teal colored hairbrush. And it was found in one of the trash cans, and it was actually given a property ID. So anytime something is admitted into evidence, it's given this property ID. And then, the 33 photographs were also given a separate property ID. And again, there's no mention of where these came from. So, all I can do is give you the information that I have. It doesn't mean that it's significant, but here are my thoughts. So Ian Pulaski had said in a court document, I shared ideas about earthquakes being prepared in Salt Lake City. Al and Zulema had stayed in Las Vegas and were, quote, preparing earthquakes at the time I spoke with the police. So this was, again, this was fairly early on, like early to mid 2020. But at this point, anytime I read an article or anything, it was just like, oh, wait, that's a date. And so I already had the date that he had spoken to Rexburg police, which was December 5th. So he's letting us know. But then he also spoke to Rexburg police and the FBI on December 6th. So it's the 5th or the 6th. And he's saying that on that day, so we'll go with the earlier one to be conservative. So we'll just say December 5th, Al and Zulema had stayed in Las Vegas. So a little bit of background. Alex and Zulema got married in Vegas. I think it was the day after or the day before Ian and Melanie got married. I think Alex and Zulema got married on the 29th, November 29th. And yeah, anyway, one couple got married on the 29th, the other on the 30th. And Alex, I think he was even the witness for Ian and Melanie's wedding, but no, neither of them were a witness for Alex and Zulema's. And I think it was Melanie made the point that like she was surprised to run into them, like that it wasn't planned ahead of time. Like both couples just decided to randomly get married immediately following, this welfare check. So the welfare check was November 26th. So anyway, so we know that Ian and Melanie came back to Rexburg right away. Like they didn't hang out in Vegas, but apparently Alex and Zulema did, at least to December 5th. So where am I going with this? Okay, well, now December 5th is starting to bump up against this date of December 9th. Okay, so Gilbert police, no, we don't know whose trash this is. I could not find anything that talked about, and I was just like, well, wait a minute, trash cans, like trash bags, that would be a little easier to, kind of put together, but trash cans, like, so what, they just got a warrant and went into someone's home and they were like, all we need are your trash cans. Thank you. We'll be going now. It just made no sense. But I've made the point. They would have collected this trash shortly after Alex and Zulema's return to Arizona, provided Ian's intel was accurate. But there's no mention of a search warrant. So I suspect that these were not trash cans that they would have had to get a warrant for unless someone just randomly put out 3 trash cans. That doesn't make sense because you need trash cans. But, who knows with this case. But I wonder if these were actually trash bags and they were able to get them because they were put out on the trash day. I did try to find out the trash days for Gilbert because they did leave Zulema's address unredacted. They actually left her social security number unredacted as well. But they're like kind of rotating, so they're not always the same. So anyway, but I wonder if they collected these trash bags and who knows about the turquoise hairbrush. But all we know is that it was collected into evidence. There's no mention that I've found of it, like the DNA of the hairbrush being tested. So, but there are lots and lots and lots of redactions. Okay, this is the point where, whoops. If you, and I'm treating this somewhat lightly, but if you are sensitive to talking about family members, this is the time to bounce. And I say that with all sincerity. Like I said earlier, I'm not going to build a bunch of fences again, but I do urge those of you who are still in the live and are participating in the chat, please be kind. But okay, so here we go. Whoops. I'm not doing that on purpose. Okay. So I believe Colby knew that Lori and the kids moved to Rexburg. So full disclosure, I always suspected this. I've talked about this issue of Lori is not secretive. I've talked about this one detail that she told me and other details that are in some of the FOIA docs around their divorce. I mean, there are multiple people making statements that are very, very concerning about the Cox family. But the thing that was really notable to me was that she didn't seem to have an internal editor, because this thing that she told me she should have definitely kept to herself. But so I always, having had that experience with her, it's like, I approached it like maybe, and this isn't an open and shut case, but I will present the evidence that I believe points to a more intuitive conclusion that Colby knew, not just because of Lori, but also because of Tylee. I mean, we've seen Tylee's personality. She was not a wilted flower. She spoke up for herself. She was strong-willed. She was opinionated. We know from Colby, she was very upset when they visited him at his workplace, and so it just wouldn't have made sense for Tylee to also keep this a secret, because she would have been upset. But even if we suspend reality and say, okay, somehow Lori was able to exercise self-control and Tylee was coerced to keep this secret, well, now Colby has backed himself into a corner, because these would have given him all the more reason to be very, very concerned when the kids went dark, when he wasn't getting these responses from Tylee. Okay, without further ado. So this came from the Gilbert document. And in particular, it says on November 27th. So this was the day after the welfare check. This is when detectives from Gilbert Police knocked on Colby and Kelsey's door looking for the kids. Detective Pillar and I contacted Colby Ryan, the adult son of Lori Vallow and brother of, obviously, Tylee Ryan, at his residence, in Mesa. Colby stated neither, and that was most likely, well, anyway, he's referring to the kids, were in his care and expressed concern for their well-being. Colby said the last time he observed them occurred during a FaceTime video call on August 30th. Colby stated, and again, this is, I'm filling in a redaction, so, and because there were two redactions side by side, I just kept it going. Now, one thing to keep in mind with these is they're not going to line up exactly. They're going to, not always. Sometimes there could be just a difference between Windows and Mac. I'm on a Mac. Most police agencies, law enforcement. They tend to be much more windows, but even just, different tweaks in like the kerning and, which is just like the spacing between the letters could cause it to, kind of like jitter a little bit here, but it still matches. Okay, Colby stated Tylee was babysitting Joshua and speaking from the dining room table of their new home he believed to be in, and I think this is a typo, in Rexburg, Idaho. Colby, so there's the part of interest that now, of course, there could be issues in the report. Like, I try to be fair at all costs. Like, these are, we don't have the audio recording of Colby's interview. If we did, we could confirm it ourselves. They held that back, and that's, well within their right to do. But so all we have to go on are their summaries, and their summaries tend to be, pretty shallow. Like, you'll listen to the interview and you'll get a lot more details than you do just from reading the summaries of these interviews. But so there could be, room for interpretation error, like, or he could have told Colby that without realizing it, that they were in Rexburg, any number of things. But it's just, I'm just pointing out what's in the FOIA docs. And anyway, and then during subsequent text communication with Lori, in which he inquired about Tylee, Lori would report Tylee. These, I mean, if it was the same size and it just like made sense, I didn't go through and fill in all of the redactions. Lori would report Tylee was fine or unable to communicate because she was attending school. Now, obviously, I mean, there are issues with everyone believing that she's at BYU and, living on campus. I will talk about that in another live. But it's not like a college student couldn't call. Like, they're not that busy. And she would have just started school, so and when she first got there, yeah, I forget now when the semester started, but I think it would have been like right before Melanie Gibb got there. So I remember looking that up, and that's how I found out that, well, at 16, you can't live on campus. So everyone who visited, who believed that Tylee was living on campus, you have to be at least 17 to live on campus. And they were in campus housing. They were right up the street from BYU, and Tylee had her own room. So why would she give up her own room to share the only housing I think that she would have qualified for? She would have shared a 2-bedroom apartment with 3 other girls. So it doesn't really make sense. Like, why would she give it up? And besides that, why would her Jeep still be at the house? Why wouldn't Lori, stop in to see her? And Melanie Gibb even made the point in her, I believe it was her East Idaho News interview, that Lori never even talked about her except to say she was at school. Okay. But the other, so the detective Pillar was talking about, him and Detective McDermott. And now, or no, that was Detective McDermott. And now this is Detective Pillar. And he has this habit of, he's actually a very good writer. He's the best writer I've seen come out of Arizona. Like, I'm always encouraged anytime I see the first name in all caps, because I'm like, oh, good. All right, this is actually going to be pretty cohesive. But he's the only one who used that I've noticed who uses all caps for the first name. So, all right, Detective McDermott and I responded to Colby, Ryan's address to confirm if blah, blah. Tylee was there as Brandon suggested. So I already know from elsewhere that Brandon was the one who floated the idea that he had been told that Tylee was either at Colby's or it might have been like she might be at Colby's. I don't remember, but Colby was contacted and interviewed. It was confirmed. Neither, I'm sure that was Tylee or JJ, nor JJ, were at Colby's residence. Colby said the last time he saw them was via a FaceTime call on August 30th. Colby said they were in Rexburg, Idaho at their new residence. So this was just something that was notable to me, that it wasn't just one detective saying that Colby said that when he had the August 30th FaceTime with the kids, they were already in Rexburg. So I think it's reasonable to believe and or maybe suspect that Colby did know where Lori was moving. Okay, so in Colby's interview with Dr. Phil, he gives the impression that like Tylee and JJ were just kind of living their normal lives. Let's listen to this. Oops, sorry.
You say the last communication with Tylee were texts, and you say they didn't sound like her.
When she started texting me back a couple of weeks after we had FaceTime, it just started like not sounding right, like different, exclamations, and just the way she spoke didn't fit her personality.
Okay, so you were FaceTiming up until when?
August 30th was the last time I saw her and JJ together.
Okay, and that was on FaceTime.
Yeah.
How did they sound?
They were normal, and that was the thing. Like, it didn't seem like anything crazy. They were just trying to, live their normal lives, and we just were talking like normal, and
just yucking it up,
yeah, exactly.
Chatting, and
exactly,
all.
having a normal conversation.
Okay, so Colby makes this point, and I was with him that day. I was on the waiting to come on the stage, and as he was talking about this, I was like, this doesn't make sense. Like that, he's describing it like it's just like a day like any other. They're just, in Dr. Phil's words, they're just kind of like yucking it up. And so I do believe that the FOIA docs have provided a little more context for that.
You say the last
Okay. So it says here, I don't think that this is relevant. I think I circle back to this point later. Yeah. All right. Colby estimated in the middle of August on a Thursday, Lori surprised Colby at his place of employment. Now tuck that away, middle of August. Lori surprised Colby at his place of employment at Anytime Fitness. I actually had a session with him and Lori at Anytime Fitness. Excuse me. In Mesa, and informed him she was moving. The following day, on Friday, Lori again arrived to work to say goodbye to Colby. Colby said this time, and I had it elsewhere, but I'm pretty sure Tylee and JJ's names fit in there. I think I just didn't, because I had this all unredacted. But anyway, obviously they were with Lori, and they were all traveling in the blue Nissan Rogue. They consistently misspelled Rogue in the report, but Lori did not tell Colby where she was moving to. So here they're saying this is in a different report. I believe this came out of Chandler. Yeah. So Chandler was saying that Lori didn't tell Colby where she was moving to and told him it was for his own protection. Colby explained when he was growing up, it was not uncommon for Lori to move around or change her telephone. Anyway, doesn't matter. But so this point about let's see. Yeah. That Lori had come in the middle of August. Now, I'm not sure. This might have also been yeah, I'll have to look to see which report this came from. Because the last Chandler police, or yeah, the largely unredacted police report, and that was, I think, like 1,100 pages, and the Gilbert report were released somewhat back to back, and there's a lot of overlap between them. But anyway, but here he had said to someone, that someone investigating, that he estimated that Lori came to his work to tell him she was moving in the middle of August, and then came back the next day with the kids. But later on, when he's interviewed by Justin Lum, he says that Lori and the kids came to visit him at the same time, and it was on August 30th. And that always like never really made sense to me, just because I'm like, why then would Tylee and JJ FaceTime on the 30th if they like just stopped by his work to say goodbye? So there are questions. I don't know where the truth is. And that, you know, obviously there's potential for there to be, you know, a discrepancy or discrepancies when you're recounting events. However, I think that in this case, I'm a little uncomfortable with the number of discrepancies. Like in this report that he gave investigators, and at this point, he's not necessarily thinking that this is going to blow up, like become a case with like international attention. And we see hints of that in another screenshot. But here it's like, you know, he's really specific. It's the middle of August. It was on a Thursday. Then she came back the next day with the kids, and she was driving her Nissan Rogue, which I believe she had bought on August 8th. There's a reference to that in the FOIA docs, where she texts Zulema and says she's at the dealers trading in her car. So she got this new car, this Nissan Rogue, shortly after Charles died. Now, that might have been for financial reasons. I mean, who knows? But here, you know, it's the middle of August, and they were all traveling in the Rogue. But when he interviewed with Justin, it was August 30th. They came together and they drove off in the Jeep. So, you know, I just don't know. But I've wondered, like, why would there potentially be motive to like kind of push back the time that they came to his work? And this, I mean, this is conjecture, and, you know, please be careful. Do not repeat this as fact. You know, this is just me like looking at these different discrepancies and trying to make sense of it, because, you know, apart from memory lapses, I don't give a whole lot of credence to memory lapses, because I know people will say like, I don't remember what I had for dinner last night. Well, maybe you should remember to take ginkgo biloba. But besides that, you know, it's just like, when you realize that you had these overlaps, you had these interactions with someone that then like that person became murderous, like, you know, like inconsequential things. Like I've thought back to, you know, our 2007 vacation, our 2018 vacation. Like there are things that you just like rehearse over and over. But in this case, this is only a difference of, you know, August to November. So this would not have been, you know, at this point, I think it's pretty reasonable, once Colby figured out that, like, things were going down. And I do believe it was before law enforcement knocked on his door. I will make a case for that. But you start rehearsing everything. So things that you might not have thought were insignificant, because you are trying to make sense of things, they become significant because you're just rehearsing things. So I just don't think that it's an apples to apples comparison to nonchalantly say, I don't remember what I wore yesterday, or I don't remember what I had for dinner. I think it's just a little different, and you might not really understand what it's like unless you've been in something really traumatic like this, where it's like you thought one thing was happening and then you find out, like, no, you actually overlapped with these people at, in it. Anyway. Okay. So why the discrepancy? I wonder if Colby needed to push up their moving date to mid-August, because I mean, it's not like Colby lived far away. He was in Mesa, they were in Chandler, or they were in Chandler at that time. That's a stone's throw. So it's not like, oh, well, they stopped by my work and said goodbye, so I won't be able to see them until they actually leave. So it seems like he's trying to kind of nudge their move closer to mid-August. And I just wonder if it's because he needs there to be, I don't know, I don't want to say plausible deniability. That's too strong, but he needs there to be this distance for the FaceTime call, because he states that they were in their dining room in Rexburg. Even if he didn't say Rexburg, he had been in the Chandler home. And I actually have a post on the Cool Cats site where I compared the dining rooms of the Chandler house with their house in Rexburg. And the dining room is like tiny in Rexburg. It's part of the living room. And so if they had been in the dining room, there would have been wall right behind them. Whereas in the Chandler home, there was lots and lots of space, so, but it's a moot point because we know they didn't move until August 31st. And so, so I've had so many questions about this August 30th call, and I just suspect, or maybe I should say, I wonder, but I do suspect. And so I'm going to go with suspect. I'm trying to be fair without being disingenuous. I suspect that this call was frantic, and because I think it would explain why Colby may feel this compunction to lie about these events. And I think by the time he had the interview with Justin, he was probably realizing, like, oh no, this information is coming out, like now I need to make that meetup August 30th, which I'm not so sure. I believe his claims about like finding out at work, maybe not, but I mean, Tylee surely would have known before August 30th, and she could drive, she had her own car, anyway, but I just really wonder what the nature of that August 30th call was. And to that point, we do know from the indictments that came out of Fremont County, we'll just say out of Idaho, it said on or about August 16th. So this would have been 2 weeks before this August 30th FaceTime call. Lori did change the deposit of Tylee Ryan's Social Security benefits from Tylee Ryan's Chase account to deposit money directly into Lori's personal BBVA account. And actually, that's the account. I'm pretty sure that's the account she created when she siphoned all the money out of the business account. I think I recognize that. But anyway, so we don't know, because I've never been in this position. I don't know if Tylee would have needed to sign off on this, or if Lori would have been able to do it, because we know that the money was going directly into Tylee's account. This is the money from Social Security. This is because her father was dead. It was around $2,000 a month, and it would have stopped when she turned 18. So we don't, I mean, I suspect someone in full disclosure, someone in the Cool Cats group said that she wouldn't have necessarily have known that Lori could have just done this, but I just wonder, well, then why wouldn't she have waited until after Tylee was already dead? So question marks here. If you are aware and you're not just expressing an opinion, like if you have some experience with this and have encountered anything like this, like moving an account, I'd be very interested to hear what your experience is. But, if Tylee was aware, this most likely would have caused some friction. And we do know that Alex complained about Tylee, like having to drive to Rexburg with a dark portal, although no one was even in the car with Tylee. Like when I have the live about Tylee, I'm going to touch on some of these details that really don't even get touched because of some of these other details that are just so dark and right in your face. But anyway, so yeah, there obviously would have been a tremendous amount of chaos in their home. They would have been packing up. So even just like Colby's statement that like it was like a day like any other, essentially, like they were just talking, like they were just living their normal life. Well, August 30th, they would have been surrounded by boxes. And Lori did have a text to Zulema. Zulema wanted to say goodbye. Lori just said that she was at Alex's, packing up, and told her she could, come by there. So, it's very reasonable to assume that they did move on August 31st. I think there was also a text message from one of them to the other when they were about to get on the road or were on the road. And now we also know from the FOIA docs that they did roll into Rexburg on September 1st. That was their move-in date. So, yeah. Okay. I did notice I think this was the Gilbert document, but there's a note here that it was just noting like all of the, the item that like the evidence that all of the items that were admitted into evidence and their individual IDs. And there's one that said, law enforcement history, Jeep Wrangler photographs from Chandler PD, text messages between Colby, obviously Ryan, and Tylee Ryan also fit. And there are no other names that are the same length as Tylee Ryan. So I have a list. I've talked about this before. I have a list of first names and first and last names, and they are in order of length. And so if I drop something into a redaction and it's a little long, I look at that list, and some of them I just have memorized now, but I look at the list to see what came right before, and if it makes sense, then I'll drop that in. And but anyway, so I believe that they collected text messages between Colby and Tylee as evidence. Now, that doesn't point to any kind of guilt. I'm not saying that Colby is complicit. I'm not saying anything. I'm just saying that I think that he knew that they moved to Rexburg. Okay. Colby helped Lori ransack Charles' house. So I knew this from a confidential source pretty early on. This was like mid 2020, that Colby had flown out to Texas with Lori on the 15th and had flown back on the 16th. And so let's dig into this. Houston, Texas, on July 15th. Colby said Lori needed his help to gather some of Charles' personal property from their home in Houston. Colby said he and Lori only stayed one night, arriving on July 15th, working all through the night, and then returning to Phoenix on July 16th. And there is someone in this live who can verify, like I did share these dates. So what, and that's not to say like, the only reason I include that is not a humble brag. It's just a verification, like the sources, the confidential sources who were reaching out to me have been batting, if not 1,000, then pretty close to 1,000 men. While in Houston, Colby and Lori gathered a lot of personal property to include Apple Mac desktop computers, Charles' clothing, and a service dog, a black-colored golden retriever poodle named Bailey. Colby and Lori loaded Charles' Ford F-150 pickup. Oh, sometimes I already had these highlights because they were saved by a certain name. So they don't necessarily, like restrict the scope of a screenshot. So I just don't want to go in and redo all of these screenshots. And they're taking up a lot of space. Anyway, okay. So an Apple Mac desktop computer, Charles clothing. Oh, all right. Next sentence. Colby and Lori loaded Charles' Ford F-150 pickup truck with property and drove to the airport. Colby said Lori left the truck full of property at an airport parking lot. Colby, Lori, and service dog then flew back to Phoenix. Lori told Colby that Alexander would be coming to Houston at a later date to retrieve the truck. Upon their return to Phoenix, Lori gave, I have this screenshot in the Cool Cats group where I did fill in Colby's name. Sometimes I have multiple copies of a screenshot depending on what I'm focused on. But yeah, Lori gave Colby, upon their return to Phoenix, Lori gave, it might have been Joshua. Okay, anyway, the service dog Bailey there's Colby. To Colby, which stayed at his residence in Mesa for several days. Colby said Bailey was a large dog and too large for their apartment. Lori picked up the dog several days later, and Colby was told she was going to return it to the dog trainer. Lori never explained why she was returning the service dog or why, I think this person spells out JJ as Joshua. No longer needed it. And the rest isn't particularly relevant. So this I felt really strongly about. I mean, there are pictures out there with JJ and Bailey, but like their bond, they had an amazing bond. I recently shared something that I saw on Facebook Reels, and it was, it's just this touching story of a woman, or no, it's in a Facebook group. But anyway, it was a picture of a woman and her son, who is autistic, who was lying against this dog, and she had just gotten this service dog, and she was just talking about how like she can't hug him. He's I guess very sensitive to any kind of touch, but they had this dog a short period of time, and I think he was leaning up against him, like the dog was lying on the floor and the little boy was leaning up against the dog, and I think reading a book or something like that. And so I just made the note, like, this is what I saw JJ do with Bailey. Like, and JJ would run in these circuits, Bailey would run a little bit and then he'd be like, peace out, let me know when you're finished. And but like JJ would be cuddled up with him, like just when he was working on his iPad or watching TV or running around in the backyard. They were pretty inseparable. And Kay and Larry have also talked about it, about, I believe it was Kay talked about how like JJ wasn't able to sleep until they got Bailey and stuff. So Bailey was a really essential part of JJ's therapy. And so I just found it incredibly concerning that, I shouldn't say incredibly, okay, concerning that Colby would participate in JJ's torment by keeping Bailey from him. Like, you have to understand, and this is the week he had just lost his dad. And, and he had just moved back in with his mom. His mom had been gone for, I think it was 72 days total. Then she comes back for a short period of time, and then she moves with JJ and Tylee to Chandler. So, like JJ's world is continually just being upended. And they had just moved to their house in Gilbert January 1st, according to the body cam video when they were interviewing Charles. He said that they had just moved in January 1st. This is the same year. I mean, so this poor kid. And then even like between when everything blew up on January 30th and when JJ moved with Lori to Chandler, like Charles was back and forth between like living in Phoenix, and JJ was in school, at his special school in Phoenix, and then in Houston, and he was being homeschooled, and then he was just being kind of like, and I don't like say that, I'm just stating facts. Like JJ's world for the up until his death in 2019 was just constant chaos. And then I'm sure, lots of fighting and stuff. So if ever there had been a time where JJ needed Bailey, it was this week, like the week that his dad had, like in JJ's mind, he didn't know that, we know from his teacher that he didn't believe his dad was dead, and I'm assuming someone at the school might have said something to him about his dad being in heaven. I'm assuming because there's a note that JJ said to one of them, my dad's not in heaven, he's on a business trip. So he didn't even know his dad was dead, but and we don't know how much JJ was able to like process all of the details and how much he was picking up on just the sheer level of trauma. I mean, Tylee was traumatized. Everyone was, just out of sorts. And then, and then JJ doesn't have Bailey. So it's yeah. I do wonder if the picture that's out there of JJ with Bailey, if that was in the brief period of time that Lori had taken Bailey back. And again, like Colby didn't say, I can't be party to this. Like, you need to take Bailey because Bailey is JJ's dog. It was, my apartment's too small. Like, it's just too small. We can't have this big of a dog. Anyway, okay. All right, then there was this other note about, okay, it said, I then checked Lori's iCloud account using a keyword search for Bailey. So they're doing research into Bailey. I discovered that on July 16th, So this was the same day that Lori and Colby had left Houston. I'm assuming that since this was early in the morning, I'm assuming that they were still in Houston. But anyway, I discovered that on July 16th at 8:42 in the morning, Lori sent Chad Daybell an SMS message. The message read, "Got Bailey. He seems good. Please clear him. Going out." Oh, yeah. So she's in Houston. Going out on the paddle boat. It was obvious that Lori was in Houston cleaning out Charles' house, and Bailey was at the residence when Charles came to Arizona. That I don't think that this particular detective got that detail right. I think there was another reference to Bailey being like at a kennel because they had stopped at the kennel. But anyway, so that's just I don't want there to be rumors that like Charles just left Bailey unattended. But anyway, and Bailey was at the residence when Charles came to Arizona. It is notable though that there was a welfare check for Charles. I think like the day of the shooting or the next day. Anyway, we'll talk about that in another live. Lori indicated that the dog had dark spirits and needed to be cleared. Chad responded, "Absolutely." Excuse me. Start losing my voice. "Absolutely, but first I had to capture and seal away 500 level 2s. He's talking about dark spirits that were in Bailey. 500 demons that were in Bailey, waiting to attack you when you fell asleep. They're gone now. There's no indication where Bailey went in the iCloud records. However, Melanie Boudreau did send Lori an SMS message excuse me, on August 17th asking, did they pick up Bailey? There was no response from Lori. And yeah, a copy of the ad was scanned into this report in reviewing the Lollytime iCloud data. So Lori for Style did not fit in this. I think Lollytime's longer. The Lollytime, this was the iCloud account she created. I believe she and Chad both created accounts on July 1st. And this would have been in response to Charles figuring out that she was cheating. So anyway, in reviewing the Lollytime iCloud data, a photograph was located of JJ and Bailey on August 8th. This was the day after Lori posted the ad to sell the dog. Anyway, so I'm trying to think through like what reason could Lori have possibly given Colby to convince him that Bailey shouldn't be with JJ as rightful owner. If this was it, like if it had to do with these, dark spirits that needed to be cleared, then that's just all the more reason that, Colby should have been very much on high alert with all of these events that transpired. But okay. Yeah, okay. Colby said Lori initially told him Charles died of a heart attack, but it was not until later when he spoke with Lori again when he learned Alexander had shot Charles. Colby understood Charles had a baseball bat and was threatening, this would have been Tylee, and Alexander shot him in self-defense. Colby said Tylee never spoke of the incident. Approximately 1 week after returning from Houston, Colby returned to Lori's residence where Lori turned over Charles' truck to Colby. Colby also took possession of an Apple Mac desktop computer that had the hard drive reset. And, this just, there are so many red flags with this because Charles had 2 sons, and so it just, and there clearly there was no communication that they were taking Charles' truck. I believe this was the truck that was eventually repossessed for non-payment. But just like, what would have made Colby feel entitled to these items? And these are just what Colby admitted to detectives. There were also clothes and lots of other items. I mean, they filled up Charles' truck. Okay, so early on in the case, one of Charles' sons spoke to East Idaho News. He used a fake name, Steve. But so having established that, it says, finally on July 20th, Steve texted Lori, if you won't answer those questions, can we please have his watches, talking about his dad, and other stuff he always talked about and had around. Lori responded within an hour and told Steve she would send some items to his house. That was the last communication he had with his stepmother. My dad had a collection of watches, very fancy watches. That I can confirm. He was a watch guy. He wore nice watches for years and years, so I thought she was going to send some of them, Steve says. The package arrived, and inside were 2 cheap Timex watches you'd find at CVS. Anything that was worth the money, we didn't get. I'm assuming she sold everything else. So I knew that there were rumblings, there were rumors, allegedly, reportedly, from family members that they thought that Lori and Colby had raided the house after Charles died. Or that I'm sorry, that not that they had raided the house, that Lori and Colby had taken these items. But at the time, this was before I knew about the trip to Texas. I was like, how would she have had access to his watches? Because like she had already moved to Phoenix and he was living in Texas. So anyway, so these are allegations. None of this can be proved. But all right, this is a big one. Colby detailed Lori's car. All right, let's dig into this. So a little bit of background. Charles had told Adam Cox that he told Lori that he was cutting Colby off financially. I'll just read this part. And she said, I write it. Yeah, I don't know what that meant. No hesitation at all about lying. He was saying that Charles was telling Adam that Lori just said he was the one who wrote the email to Chad. And he's saying no hesitation about lying, none, zero. There are several other outrageous things she's done that I caught her dead to rights, and she still denies it. We can go over those before you go. Also, get ready. I've been telling her if Colby can't pay for the Explorer, that must have been his car at the time, or the insurance, he can't keep them. So now I'm going to be accused by everyone else of taking his car. We don't know when he told Lori this. There was a lot of heated back and forth between June 29th and this is July 2nd that he's telling Adam this, but June 29th, again, that was the day that he found out Lori was cheating on him with Chad. And so I went over this in the last live, but so it's safe to assume that he had recently just told Lori this. But if it was on this day, that would have been 9 days before he was murdered. So very soon before Charles was murdered, I'm sure Lori would have passed on to Colby, because this is a really good piece of intel for Lori to secure Colby's loyalty. Like, hey, Charles is going to cut you off. This does become relevant a little bit later. Excuse me. Okay. Okay. Yeah, no, this actually wasn't the point. I had already talked about this. So the point of this screenshot is there was blood that was found in the Nissan Rogue. And oh, wait a minute. No, this I've not covered. Okay. So I'm going to jump ahead and then come back to this. Concerning the Nissan Rogue. So they talk about the blood in the Rogue, but then they like kind of back up and explain what had happened. Again, this isn't the guy who, or the person who uses all caps. So it kind of bounces around. Concerning the Nissan Rogue, Colby estimated in early to mid-November of 2019, Lori contacted him by telephone and advised him Alexander Cox would be visiting a female friend in Arizona for Thanksgiving. Lori told him Alexander would be driving her Nissan Rogue to Arizona to give to Colby for, should be him, and Kelsey to use. Following the contact with Detective Pillar and I on November 27th, Colby called Lori, and advised her that the police had spoken to him about, the kids. Colby said Lori replied, again, this is referring to Tylee and JJ, were fine, and she would contact the police about it. Colby said the following day on Thanksgiving, 11/28, he attempted to speak with Lori again via her cellular phone, but was advised the telephone call could not be completed because Lori's telephone number was no longer in service. And then he talks about, like, because he couldn't get a hold of Lori, they used Alex as a mediator or go-between, and they set up this arrangement for Colby to pick up the Nissan Rogue at Ian Pulowski's sister's house. So I think she lived in Gilbert. She was also interviewed, said she was uncomfortable with this because she went to work, and when she came home for lunch, she went to work that morning, and when she came home for lunch, like the Rogue was gone, and there were no details about like who picked up the car, and also Melanie made bizarre statements to her because that's what she does. But the point here is that Colby said here it was in early to the middle of November. Lori had already told him that, like, she knew she wasn't going to need the car. So that's a whole different point. But she had told him, like, that he was going to get her car. But when Colby met with detectives, and I have this screenshot in the Cool Cats group. I just forgot to add it here. I don't think I have it. Yeah, I don't. But I do have it in the Cool Cats group if you're in there. But when he met with detectives, in one of the reports, it said that they asked Colby to let them know if he heard from his mom. Now, first of all, we know from this that Colby already knew about the plan to give him the car when they came to his apartment on the 27th. So, and he did not disclose this when detectives met with him looking for Tylee and JJ, presumably. But he did not disclose that there was this plan in place for Lori to give him the car. Then the car is dropped off. I suspect she probably did something similar to what she did with Charles' truck, and she just left an envelope with money in the glove compartment, and for him to use for gas money, because then Alex flew out to Houston. She told him where to find the truck, and he got the truck and then drove it back to Phoenix and gave it to Colby, or Colby came and picked it up. So here he told detectives, yes, I will let you know if she reaches out to me. Well, then there's this clandestine exchange of the car, and Colby does not reach out to police, and quite the opposite. He got the car detailed. It says, once Colby came into possession, and feel free obviously to read this, but once Colby came into possession of the Nissan Rogue, he found the interior and exterior of the vehicle to be dirty. Colby said he took the vehicle to a car wash to be cleaned. Colby recalled the front passenger seat was covered in animal hair. Colby said that he had been in possession of the vehicle since then. Colby said no one else had used the vehicle outside of him and Kelsey, and no one has contacted him about the vehicle. Now, I share this in another screenshot, but I'm just going to make the note here, and then I'll show the screenshot. Because, like the same event will be referenced multiple in like multiple reports, because what they do is they just kind of concatenate these reports from different agencies, and so it's kind of like different facets of a diamond. You'll get different perspectives and different details, but we know excuse me, Colby didn't reach out to them to let them know about the car until the day after the case went public. So, and it was, they note that it was 9 a.m. The next day. So it's December 21st at 9 a.m. And so I just wonder if Colby, like obviously he probably would have been glued to the TV watching the coverage. And I think he quite possibly hit the panic button and realized he needed to extricate himself from this whole, this whole sordid case that he, and so that's when they called him. So then they came, and one of the detectives noticed, like on a visual, and I went into a really deep dive on this in the Cool Cats group, but he visually noticed that there was blood in the car, and then reached out to Colby. Like they tested it, and then reached out to Colby, let him know on December 23rd, hey, there's blood in the car, and came back by to swab Colby, Kelsey, and their daughter to get DNA samples. So that's kind of like the step-by-step progression of what had happened. So okay, there was this question kind of floating around. There were these underwear, and initially the rumor was that there was a pair of underwear, or two pairs of underwear, found in one of the cars. So this one night, I just kind of went balls to the wall and just pulled an all-nighter and went through the report and cross-referenced like these IDs and any reference to blood, and just detail after detail after detail, trying to figure out what car were these underwear in. Well, they weren't. So there was a bag that was passed on from, now this says Rexburg. So the bag was most likely collected by Rexburg when they did or when they came back the day after the welfare check with a search warrant. And there were a number of articles of clothing in this bag. So, and I believe that this bag belonged to Tylee. Now, from Rexburg, this this bag was then passed on to Fremont County, who then sent it to Gilbert because, like I said, they were divvying up all of the tasks. And so either Gilbert or Phoenix police, like there was some confusion about who was supposed to run one of the DNA tests. And I don't remember if that was with this or something else. But it was noted that there was like, that caused a delay. But someone ran a DNA tests, and this was done in Phoenix, somewhere in the Phoenix area. And this was the list of items. Plastic bag that contained clothing items, two-tone striped shirt, female clothing top, female workout style pants, polka dot pattern underwear. These were later described when I like cross-referenced, and I was cross-referencing, a lot of different data points, that these are also referred to as pink and red underwear, because I found somewhere where it said pink and red polka dot underwear. So anyway, but with some of these things, like I just jot them down. I don't know if it's going to be relevant or not, but I want to be able to remember them. Female stripe sports style clothing top, female stripe clothing top. So there were several tops, and then another pair of female underwear. These were black underwear. And this was what was kind of like floating around, like this popped up in our Facebook group. And 2 reporters had passed on the FOIA docs. I forgot to ask them for permission to share their names. I will do that before the next call. Although, to be fair, I was preparing for this this presentation even before the last one. And it was like, this has pretty much been all of my focus outside of work. Anyway, okay, so they ran these DNA tests on the underwear, and these underwear, like I said, they were not found in a car. That was a rumor that started. They were in a bag, and like I said, I suspect that Tylee probably had thrown these clothes into a bag, and maybe they were like thrown under the bed or wherever. And when Lori was cleaning out all evidence that Tylee existed and putting them in storage, this bag eluded her because anyway, okay. Then there was a breakdown of the items that were tested. There's this reference to, cuttings from swabs. I think it's so weird that one of the departments referred to them as panties. Like, this is not, a romantic novel. So I'm just going to call them underwear. It just feels weird and kind of fantasy-like. But anyway, cuttings from swabs of red and pink underwear. And this noted the major DNA profile obtained matched the following items tested thus far. So I share my work. I'll just kind of bury the lead here a little bit. I created this document that anyone can get to. I made it publicly available, or with the link. You go to bit.ly/DNA tracker. And I created these worksheets. This was a worksheet around all of the property IDs and any notes about them. And just lots and lots of detail. Then there's a sheet specifically about the underwear, about the DNA donors, about the search warrants, and I don't know what that is. I forget what that is. But I made them so that they could be like cross-referenced, and I was cross-referencing much like you would a database. So having said that, when I did all of this, and then by the time I finished, I was like, okay, these underwear weren't found in a car, because I think people were thinking like, oh my gosh, was Tylee sexually abused? Was Alex just like hooking up with hookers when he was in Rexburg? Where did these underwear come from? But so I even note, like, if blood like if it was DNA tested, if it tested positive for blood, and if a major donor was identified, et cetera, et cetera. Okay, so then I came back and wrote these notes, but you can feel free to check my work if you are so inclined. This was talking about the Nissan Rogue, and it tested positive for blood. This was a different cutting of a stain. This was the right rear seat, and it was a part of the seat that was cut out. It also tested positive for blood. Then there was another stain that I believe also came from the Nissan Rogue. I shouldn't say this was. I believe that these, if my if my work is valid, I believe that these came from these are all referencing the Nissan Rogue. Excuse me. This was the right rear seat. So this is there are two stains on the, well, anyway, no, I'm not going to go into all the details, but there were stains on the seat. And this here was a stain. It was a red-brown stain, or more than one stain, on the right front seat, cut out. This was Alex's F-150, and this tested positive for blood. And then cuttings, et cetera, et cetera. More, and these are just the ones where a major DNA profile could be obtained. There were other stains, but keep in mind this car was clean. So this is just the evidence that remained after the car was cleaned. And I'm not going to go into the issue. I'm not going to go too deeply into the issues with Colby's claim about the animal hair. The only animal that we know anything about is Bailey. Bailey was a golden doodle. They can shed, but they tend not to, and it would be minimal. And Lori would have had Bailey for such a short period of time. But anyway, and then that's also, we're also supposed to believe that Lori, who was a bit of a neat freak, at least that was my experience with her, and we do see evidence of that in her homes. Of course, she always had a warning that she would have guests if she was behind these murders. But we would have to believe that the whole time she was in Rexburg, there was just like all of this animal hair, and somehow also like the outside of the car was dirty. But anyway, I mean, obviously, he really should have told investigators when they came for the welfare check, because this was really serious. Like, we're so used to this story now, but like, he just found out that his siblings are missing and he's withholding this information. But at minimum, even if he had driven away because he was afraid that someone might see police picking up the car, like, he should have then called police right away. Like, there was critical evidence. The very last thing he should have done was not call police and get the car detailed. Okay, moving ahead, there were more stains, and these same stains matched, some of the other stains, I'm sorry, matched a different, I think this was a different DNA profile. No. Why did they split them? Oh, right. Okay. No, same DNA profile. I'm sorry. It's been a couple months since I've done this work. They split out the two different pair of underwear. Okay. And they matched, both pair of underwear matched the same stains. Now, there was also what was described as a large stain on the seatbelt in the Nissan Rogue in the rear passenger side. And Colby and Kelsey had a young child who, would still be in a car seat, but was definitely in a car seat at that time. And that's typically the seat that you put a car seat in. That's the safest, behind the passenger seat, of course, in the back. But so and that the DNA profile for that stain didn't match Tylee. It matched who I believe was one of the Boudreaux girls. But again, if you want to dig into the research, knock yourself out. It's out there. But but they wouldn't have known that, like they were putting, and I'm not trying to like add undue emphasis, but I am trying to draw a picture here. Like, like he just found out that his siblings are missing. Right afterwards, he gets Lori's car, and it said that some of these stains were visible. Like they identified them as like red brown stains, and the large stain on the seatbelt was actually described as large. And and so for Colby to get this car detailed or cleaned and destroy evidence, all while ostensibly being able to see that there was blood in this car, is in my opinion pretty unconscionable. Okay. And I made this point earlier, but here's the screenshot on 12/21. So this is the day after the story went public, at approximately, they say approximately, but then it's like 9:00 hours. Colby, contacted him and let him know. Well, I'll just read it. Contacted me via my cellular phone. Colby stated he had observed media reports concerning his siblings and was even more concerned for their well-being. Colby briefly explained, following the contact of Detective Pillar and I at his residence on 11/27, Colby contacted Lori. Colby said that he told Lori the police had inquired about, the kids. Lori reportedly replied they were fine and she would communicate with the police. That communication did not appear to have occurred. And then he describes how he came into possession of the car. Okay. He did say, I advised Colby of my desire to seize the vehicle for evidence processing. Colby replied he understood and would cooperate, and then he gets his stuff out, et cetera, et cetera. Okay. All right. So at the same time, that all of these different things were happening, there were a number of Venmo transactions, and we knew about some of these, but this last FOIA doc, I think this was in the Gilbert FOIA doc, I think. I'm not sure. It was Gilbert or the last Chandler one. There was this redacted list, so we don't know the amount, but we do see the dates. Now, these are these are payments from either Tylee or Lori's account to Colby. And I just want to point out a few things. The first two, and now there were a lot more. I cut off the ones from before the murder. So there were more for like earlier in 2019. There was a significant number of these transactions. But I think it's notable that there were two around the time of Tylee's murder, and then another two around the time of JJ's murder. I draw the line here because in between JJ's murder and the next Venmo transaction, I believe it was on September 28th, uh, yes, I'm pretty sure it was September 28th because I think it was 4 days after Tylee's 17th birthday. Colby sent a text to Tylee insisting on talking to her. And then after that, there just seemed to be an increase in the velocity of these Venmo transactions. So I'm just trying to state like these, like as an analyst, like one of the things that we always say and hear is that correlation does not mean causation. Like I'm noting that there are correlations, like around the same time that there were two transactions, Tylee was killed. Then there was a little bit of a break. Then around the time JJ was killed, there were two more transactions. Now this could have just been, Lori's paranoia or, whatever. Then Colby, reaches out to Tylee's phone and is like, I want to talk to you. And then there is a really significant uptick in the number of transactions. And there were two on the 25th, October 25th. I thought that was somewhat notable just because one could have been from Lori's, one could have been from Tylee's, or they could have been from the same account and they may have hit the limit. So I actually found out in making a transfer to one of my kids that Venmo has a limit of a kind of a weird limit of $4,999.99. And I confirmed this week that is still a limit. So we don't know if, if they hit the limit. All we know is that there were two transactions on one day and then, a couple more that week. And this is around the same time, like Colby and Kelsey were in Disneyland. So all of this was going on. And, it just looks, at least the optics are that Colby is benefiting financially. So it looks like this is hush money. And, oops, let me go back. This date here was the day Lori and Chad got married. And this was right around the welfare check. What I thought was really interesting was that, even after they were on the run, so they went on the run on the 26th, Lori was still sending Colby money right up until the day before the case went public. And this is just what we know from Venmo. Like we don't know if there were other transfers. Now, Kelsey was in the first group that I was in, and there were questions about the Venmo. So that had like this issue of the Venmos had already come up, and I forget if it was Kelsey or like for a while they had a person who was speaking on their behalf. I believe it was a sock puppet account, but anyway, but this person, so it could have been this other person too, but so this person was ostensibly going to Colby and Kelsey asking these questions and then reporting back to the group. And so one of them had said that there were only a few Venmo transactions, and they were for small amounts, and it was for stuff for their baby. But this would, and I don't have a screenshot of that. That was before I got savvy, and then that group, like it archived. But anyway, yeah, it's just notable. And then 12/19, that's the day before the case went public. I also believe that, well, no, I don't believe it's in the FOIA docs. Colby knew of Lori's plans to marry. This was right after Charles was killed. So we're going to go back to, I think this was also from the Dr. Phil. I think it was like the trailer.
My wife found some information that they were in Rexburg and she was married to a guy I'd never heard of, and that they were looking for the kids and that they abandoned their house. And that was the start of everything right there.
Okay, so Colby said that somehow Kelsey found out that Lori was married to a guy named Chad Daybell, and so we don't. Whoops. Oh gosh. There's anyway. I'll share the screenshot. Colby stated while they were in Texas, Lori was on Charles' computer. So this is when they were going through, all of Charles' stuff. She showed him text messages between Adam and Zach. Now, this was this particular part of the report. In fact, I think this entire report, they misspelled Zach. So Zach Cox doesn't have an H. Zach Vallow does, but they consistently misspelled his name with an H because there was one time in this report where Zach was left unredacted and it had an H. So I was like, oh, okay, here we go. But she showed him text messages between Adam and Zach. He recalled that Zach stated that Lori was nuts and shouldn't be on this earth. Colby then began to side with his mother that maybe something was going to happen to her. Colby began to ask her what she was going to do. While Lori was cleaning out a cabinet at Charles' residence, she told him that she was going to be married again soon. Colby indicated that he was surprised by this comment and he snapped at her. He told Lori that she must be nuts and she was not going to introduce Tylee and JJ to another dad. Lori did not discuss this any further. So, so we don't know how much Colby knew. Anyway, but that's what we know. Okay. This one is going to be the most difficult to address. Like all of the ones with the family members, like I'm not being disingenuous. Like I don't get anything out of this. This isn't vindictive. This isn't, Anyway, and these are all still victims. It's like imagine like no, I'm not going to go into. I'm going to wrap this up. Okay. There was no record of prior welfare checks. So why am I pointing that out as notable? So one of Brandon's friends, her name was Jess, her husband was, or maybe still is, business partners with Brandon Boudreaux, and she was interviewed by Lauren Matthias on the Hidden True Crime podcast. So Jess had said, so I'm kind of building up to something. There are a lot of moving parts with this one, but I need to kind of build up to the point, and then I'm just putting the information out there for people to do with it what they will. Hopefully be kind. So Jess said in that interview, and if you watch the interview, I actually might share the video. But anyway, she said that they all knew the kids were missing in October. Now, I think there's a little bit of revisionist history, but I can understand it to some degree. Like she's saying the kids, but I've already established, like I have not seen any evidence whatsoever of anyone being concerned that Tylee was missing in everyone's minds. And to some degree, I can understand it because I do believe that she lied about Charles' murder, but I will, to my dying breath say if Tylee was afraid that her life was on the line, she was right, because she would be dead less than 2 months later. So, but anyway, Jess said they knew the kids were missing in October. Even with discounting the part about the kids at the time, I was just like, wait, October? And anyway, okay, let's listen to it.
I, at that point, was convinced that Lori and Alex and Chad were behind the shooting of Brandon. And obviously Tammy's death. And by then, we know that Tylee and JG are missing.
For everyone to understand too, this is still before any of us knowing.
Nobody knew.
Nobody. The media came out in December. We're talking right after Tammy's death, right? You guys, there's stuff happening. You guys are all talking, the information hub. So, okay, go ahead.
People just kept dying. People kept dying and nobody did anything about it.
Okay.
We were really grateful for.
Okay. Yeah. Sorry. So when you hear and see a pause like that, I'm grabbing snippets of the interview. Obviously, we're not going to listen to however long this interview was. So I grabbed a total of 3 minutes. Okay. I'll back it up a little bit. Oh gosh.
By then, we know that Tylee and JG are missing.
Still before any of us are. We're talking right after Tammy's death, right? You guys, there's stuff happening. You guys are all talking, the information hub. So, okay, go ahead.
People just kept dying. People kept dying and nobody did anything about it. We were really grateful for the media, really grateful for the public support. I think a lot more people would have died if the public hadn't been so interested.
What was it that finally took the media to say, okay, was it the welfare check in Rexburg with Kay? Because you guys are talking to Kay, right? You, as I recall, Kay said that she was communicating with Brandon about Tammy's death, right? They called and said Tammy's dead. Now they knew about Tammy.
When Tammy died, Brandon made a point to contact everybody. Contact Kay, contact the police in Rexburg, contact the police in Gilbert and Chandler. Brandon was like, these are all connected. These are not separate incidents. Put it together, realize what's going on.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And it still took.
It still took like 2 more months.
Yeah. And no autopsy on Tammy and.
Yeah, it was such a bizarre thing that people were dying. So many people were dying and so many people were scared and disappearing and nothing was happening. And everybody was so scared. It was just this waiting game of when is somebody going to care enough to help us?
Yeah, was the media not, it was just nobody connecting the dots? Like no police, no media, or were they listening and then saying we're trying our best?
So I don't know about the media specifically. I think Kay and Larry, no. I think they were the ones that kind of instigated the media, which was great. Mm-hmm. And I wish that we had thought about that earlier. Mm-hmm. But the police were the ones that, especially Brandon, was really pushing. But it was like nobody believed that it was an issue. And you can go back and look at the videos of Charles begging for help, saying she's going to kill me, and nobody did anything.
Right.
It was like that for like 9 months.
Okay, so, and I, my intention isn't to pick on Jess here, but when I heard this this podcast, I was really confused about her take on this because, like, basically what she was saying was that they knew that the kids were missing in October and they were letting everyone know, like Brandon, reach out to Rexburg, to Fremont County. They were reaching out, but law enforcement and the media just didn't care. Like no one would do anything. So as I've been going through, because that's a very serious allegation to wage, and I certainly have not been very impressed with a lot of the aspects to this investigation. The one thing that, even that night I was just like, there's no way that someone reached out to Rexburg. I just we'll find out in the trial, but anyway. But I thought, well, like there have been enough lapses that, in my opinion, with this investigation, like maybe she's right. Like maybe they, but I mean, there were still lots of questions. Like, well, they weren't talked about in interviews and stuff. So as I've been going through the FOIA docs, that's been on the back of my mind, looking to see if there was any evidence that, of like any of these players, like reaching out to law enforcement and telling them like, hey, like we need help, and any evidence of them not taking it seriously. Okay. Okay, so Kay and Larry did confirm in their first press conference that they also knew that JJ was missing in October.
Do you know if your brother had a life insurance policy?
Oh. Just a second. Sister wrong. Oh.
I'm sorry, I couldn't hear you. So when did you discover that no one had seen JJ since September 23rd?
September 23rd.
Is it October? Yeah.
Okay, so sorry, that was I should have cut off that first part. I should have separated them into two videos. But they had asked, one of the reporters had asked when they first knew that JJ was missing or had last been seen September 23rd. Larry said September 23rd, and Kay said no, it was in October.
Hey, do you know if your brother?
Oops.
Hey, do you know if your?
Okay, they also knew that the violence was escalating. So, all right. This was an interview they did sometime in 2020. It was fairly early on. I'm thinking like maybe March. I'm not sure.
What did you think when you heard that Tammy had died? And then Alex?
Well, when I knew Tammy died right shortly thereafter because Brandon and I were talking, and Brandon, when he found out, he let me know, and he and I both knew that was, oh my God, they're killing everybody along the way. And so, so with that, we knew it was too coincidental to be not being manipulated in any way, shape, or form. It was a manipulation to the nth degree. And the fact that, however, I don't know, if with Tammy, I would say she got poisoned because that seems to be something they like to do. And Lori has spoken of it, poisoning.
When did you speak of it?
Oh, it's just been over the years.
Okay, so that statement, like, you know, like clearly they recognize that things are escalating. Like, you know, like Brandon told them about Tammy's death, and you know, Kay's response was, you know, they're killing everyone along the way. So this would have been, you know, right around October 19th, whenever Brandon found out. And but then there was this note, and I don't know what the point of this note was. I'm just like throwing it out there. I don't have any thoughts about it. It seemed like a little bit of a non sequitur, but Nathan Duncan, he's a detective, I think, with Gilbert. No, Gilbert might be. Oh no, Chandler says right there. It said Kay sent her an email. This was Lori. Kay sent Lori an email on October 13th asking to see JJ, and they missed him. This was the last email that ever mentioned his name. Lori was trying to get JJ settled in Idaho. And once Tammy died, she started setting up shop. That's not relevant. I just thought it was notable. Like, no, they don't talk about like text messages. I don't know why this was pointed out, but this email would have this final email would have been just a few days before Tammy died. And you know, again, I'm not in any way trying to accuse them. I'm just, these are the questions that, you know, some questions are answered in the FOIA docs, some questions just spawn more questions. But you know, like, you might have thought, like, especially when they found out that Tammy died, like, that there would have been a spike in anxiety, you know, just, and at this point, we, you know, you know, again, I'm going to keep going back to the Tylee thing, just because, like, everyone knew, even before Charles was murdered, that Tylee had been identified as a zombie. And I mean, I'm sorry, not a zombie, a dark spirit. And so, and Kay had that email since March. And, you know, so now we had one person who was murdered because he was a dark spirit, another one who was almost murdered because he was a dark spirit, two kids who no one can confirm. No one's reaching across the aisle. Like, you were either on Team K or Team Lori, and there is no evidence in the FOIA docs that anyone tried to reach out to the opposite team, except you have Adam kind of straddling the middle, doing whatever he was doing. Ostensibly, you know, I more on like pro Charles. But anyway, so all right. All right, then Kay discovered that Lori appeared to have been planning a wedding. Okay. This part of an interview I thought was notable because of what Larry says about what they didn't see.
Charles Vallow's sister was able to get into his email account, and she found the wedding ring that Lori bought for herself, as well as searches for wedding dresses and other items. All of this happening on October 2nd, a rather peculiar day in this case.
That was from a baseball bat?
About 4 months after Charles Vallow was shot to death in Chandler, Arizona by his estranged wife's brother, Charles' sister Kay Woodcock decided to plug in the printer she inherited from him. Somehow, his email account popped up.
After I poked around for a little while, I saw things were being ordered from Amazon, and I thought, well, that's not right, because, you know, he's dead.
One of the purchases was a malachite gemstone ring for $35, shipped to her new Rexburg, Idaho address. And in the search history, Kay could see that Lori looked up beach wedding dresses and white clothes for her soon-to-be husband, Chad Daybell.
At that point, point, I was like, wait a minute, whoa, they're getting married. They were looking at, because it was men's extra large clothing. Charles, you know, it wasn't for him. It was men's tennis shoes, things for her, a new yellow bathing suit for her, swim trunks for a man, extra large. All this was right there for me to look at.
All of this on October 2nd, about 2 weeks before Chad's wife Tammy died in her sleep.
You know, it doesn't take Einstein to figure out that was premeditation on her part.
October 2nd is also the day Lori and Chad are seen on surveillance video going to a storage unit. And the same day Brandon Boudreaux was shot at in Arizona. He believes Lori's brother Alex Cox was trying to kill him too. Brandon is Lori's niece Melanie's ex-husband.
I just wonder if Lori has shared this with her attorney.
But there was something bothering JJ and Tylee's grandparents more than the fact that Lori was using her dead husband's credit card for her next wedding.
One of the things that I look at is not one item being searched had anything to do with Tylee or JJ.
Kay and Larry alerted law enforcement to what they found that November. Welfare checks for the kids turned up empty. All the while, Lori and Chad got married on November 5th in Kauai, 2 weeks after Tammy's death.
We've got to find those two children. We really do.
Charles Vallow's sister was...
Okay. Kay also said when they were on Dateline that she found the address. That's a very short clip. We'll listen to that.
And now we're back to where our story began, with two grandparents desperately worried about a grandchild who'd been out of touch for far too long. And then, on a sleepless night last November, Kay crawled out of bed and turned on her computer and found her way into the Gmail account of her now deceased brother, Charles.
Charles had 3 common passwords. First one I put in, work. I looking at his inbox and I see emails from Amazon. So I clicked on one and it was an order being delivered to Rexburg, Idaho. I said, well, damn, this is their address. This is where they are.
A eureka moment if there ever was one. As soon as the sun came up, Kay was on the phone, calling detectives she knew in Arizona from back when her brother Charles was shot and killed. She told them what she found, the address in Idaho where she was hoping they'd find JJ and Tylee.
I got on the phone with Rexburg PD and requested they do a welfare check at the residence for JJ, more specifically JJ than Tylee. Because Tylee's 16, 17 years old.
I'll address the latter part of that in another live. Okay. And this is just an issue with Google Slides. Like you just can't progress to the next slide when you have a video. So anyway, now one thing to understand is Kay had a camaraderie with Detective Moffat in particular. And so she was passing on lots of tips. I'll just share like a few examples. Like this was October 9th. This was when they found out about the paintball gun, the incident where Tammy was confronted by a gunman. And, you know, she's just asking questions like, is it too far from the realm of logical thinking that the gun, you know, was actually a gun with a silencer and, you know, it misfired and you know, just, and another one, this is when she let them know that the truck was at Colby's and, you know, here, you know, again, just more tips. It's getting late, but, you know, you can go back through it. Oh yeah, at one point, she actually I'm assuming from this, it says, I talked to Ryan, probably Ryan Pillar, about the interview with Melanie. This was Melanie Gibb. He welcomed me to come. As much as we appreciate the offer for you to come down to monitor, we are going to plan on is doing the interview, and we'll let you know what comes of it. So it sounds like she actually offered to monitor their interview of Melanie Gibb. And, so there's a lot of back and forth, and there was a lot of research that they were doing and, bouncing back to Detective Moffat. But there was something a little different with the Amazon purchase. Now, again, this is according to what we know from the FOIA docs. But excuse me, this is the same email where she's talking about the paintball gun, and in the next paragraph, this is the infamous email, November 10th, where she had discovered the Amazon stuff. And she said, tonight I logged in Charles' Amazon account. Browsing history reveals numerous clicks on wedding dresses, mostly beach wedding dresses, as well as men's extra large white linen pants, white shorts, bridesmaid dresses. And then she said, and most unusual search was for a coffee press. Neither Charles or Lori drank coffee. Perhaps Chad does. And again, I'm not, hindsight is 2020. I'm not trying to be cruel, but ever since I had read this, because this has been out since the first Chandler FOIA doc, and the thing that stood out to me is that she only mentions clicks. Like there were numerous clicks on wedding dresses. There's no mention that there was an actual purchase. There's no mention that she purchased a ring, or any of the other purchases. Like she mentions that there were emails. It sounded like multiple emails from Amazon, and she makes a note that she clicked through to one of them, and that's where she found the ring. But there's also no mention of having Lori's address, or the fact that any of the stuff. We don't know how much was purchased. We don't know how much she saw. We know that Lori was looking at these things, but if the fact, there's no mention that these occurred on October 2nd. So this is before Tammy before Tammy died, and so, all right. Yeah. So this was the screenshot that I believe she passed on to East Idaho News, and you can see this is Charles or Lori's address, and it shows the date of October 2nd. But there's, it sounds in this email like, I know on Dateline she said she called, so maybe there was a follow-up call with more details, but we do know that when they did the welfare check, they didn't have Lori's address because someone from the FBI ran a skip trace, found her PO box, and then got a warrant, like an expedited warrant, to associate the secure the PO box application, which had her physical address. So this all happened on the day that the welfare check was requested, which was November 25th, and then it was actually performed on the 26th. Also, at this time, law enforcement already had eyes on Chad and Lori, because there was this note. Now, this was very surprising when I came across this, but this Lieutenant Powell, it says here, okay, Detective McDermott spoke with Fremont County Sheriff's Office Lieutenant Powell and learned that Lieutenant Powell located Lori Vallow and Chad Daybell. Lori appeared to be residing at, whatever, and it looks, oh, actually, yeah, they had the apartment number. Lieutenant Powell observed, oh, yeah, but this was in Fremont County's records. And Lieutenant Powell observed Lori and Chad holding hands in a romantic manner. So I was surprised that they had evidence of them having a romantic relationship that early on. But I mean, this, like, I just kind of feel, again, we don't know what may have been communicated verbally, but I just don't see. Well, anyway, no, I made the point. Another thing that I think points away from the possibility that they were like basically, just trying to get someone to listen to them is when Brandon, okay, well, anyway, okay, so when Brandon was shot at, he hired a private investigator, and his name is Rich Robertson. And here's what he has to say. I think it sheds some light.
And that's one thing I wanted to ask you as well, of course. This is how it all started with these two missing kids here. Has anything been said about the kids? Melanie, Brandon, anybody, has any possible idea come out of what might have happened to JJ and Tylee?
No, I mean, that's, everybody's kind of hoping for the best on what happened to them. I mean, so from my perspective, I was looking for these adults, and when I saw them all kind of rendezvous in Rexburg, we sort of had some surveillance going on them, and we saw them unloading the U-Haul that they rented in Arizona and took to Rexburg, and we saw where they were living, but we didn't see the kids. And Kay Woodcock and Larry Woodcock were starting to ask us if we had seen them, and they had been out of touch for the better part of a month or more at that point, which was unusual. And so at that point, Kay made a call to the Rexburg police and asked them to do a welfare check on the kids.
Okay, so, again, I just kind of feel like if they had been, frustrated that no one was listening to them and, acting on these missing kids, it stands to reason that when Brandon hired Rich Robertson, they would have hired him to also look for the kids. And he makes the point, like, he's very gracious about it, but he's saying, I was looking for adults. Excuse me. So he fought, if you're not familiar with the story, I think he put some kind of tracking device on Melanie's car, but he followed Melanie and he was surveilling her at her house and had surveillance on her when she was packing up the moving truck, and then he followed them to Rexburg, and then after the fact, the Woodcocks asked if they saw the kids, and he said no, only the adults.
And that's one thing
Okay, so moving forward to November 13th, this is an email from Kay. Good day, Nathan. Larry and I met with social worker who handled JJ's case when Charles adopted him. She was helpful advising how we can posture ourselves to get JJ back once Lori is arrested at some future date. I pray. That being said, may we have a point of contact in Rexburg. They can do a welfare check and make law enforcement aware we can be there as quickly as humanly possible to bring JJ home. And you can see in this email, it sounds like this is her first time asking about a welfare check. Like there's no sign of frustration or like, damn it, when are you going to do this welfare check? So, as always, I've made this point, like this is how much of the puzzle we have. Like even with these thousands of pages of FOIA docs, we don't have that much of the puzzle. So that's just something that we have to keep in mind. I'm trying to be fair without being cloying, without like accusing anyone. Like none of this brings the kids back. I know like people have said that to me, but anyway. Yeah. Okay. The last one. Lori was with the group on the trip to look at the property. So this is the one that I said I tagged this one on last because this wasn't a surprise to me, but I do think that the FOIA docs point to Lori being with the group. So a little bit of background. We're going to hear snippets of the preliminary hearing for Chad Daybell. This took place August 2nd and 3rd, I think, of 2020. Yeah. Seems hard to believe it was that long ago. But Pryor is asking David Warwick about this little field trip they took to look at this property. And this property ostensibly was for their mold tent city.
There was one of those multiple times, the 2 or 3 times you saw Mr. Daybell was viewing a piece of property, is that correct? Yes. And that was at what time? That was on the Sunday, the 22nd?
It was a Sunday. It was Sunday. I can't remember if it was late morning or afternoon.
And who was present at that real estate discussion?
First, it was Lori Vallow, Alex Cox, Melanie Gibb, and then Chad showed up later with the realtor.
Okay, now let's hear what
There was one of those
Melanie has to say. I think Melanie testified first, but
Now, on the Sunday, the 22nd, did David and Chad go to deal with some real estate matters together?
I did as well, and so Alex was there too.
Oh, that was news to me. I wasn't aware you went as well. Where did you guys go?
We went to a lot that was close to Mr. Daybell's home.
And what time was that? Do you recall?
It was sometime in the afternoon. I don't recall exactly.
Okay, sometime meaning between 12 and 5 or 6?
I would say either late morning or early afternoon.
Okay. And the purpose of that was for what?
Chad wanted to show this piece of land to David, and he encouraged him to consider building on that land.
Okay. It's your boyfriend. Is your boyfriend in the real estate business now?
General contractor.
General contractor. Okay. Was Lori Vallow present for that?
No.
okay. So there was a document.
Now.
Oh, okay. Now this is Melanie in a follow-up interview with Rexburg police on, you can see the date, April 30th last year, revisiting this.
It's because we went, because right before that earlier that day, we went to that lot where, that land was gonna be for sale. And so we were talking to a friend of Julia's, his name was Keith Levitt. And Keith Levitt was there with his wife Suzanne, and then the realtor was there, and Alex was there. but Lori wasn't there. David thought she was there. I said, no, she went home after that. He goes, oh, I forgot that. Anyway, and so anyway, because we saw her, we thought, oh, she's going to tell Julie Rowe. I mean, he's going to tell Julie Rowe.
The rest of it isn't relevant. I don't know why I included it. There might have been something interesting, but.
It's because we went.
Okay, so now let's move ahead to the FOIA doc. It says here on September 22nd, I noticed several messages on I believe that's the Lori for Style iCloud that were of concern. This was around the date that JJ would have disappeared. The messages were deleted from the account, but retrieved through the extraction process. They are as follows. So Lori to Alex, excuse me, this would have been the day that they went, on this little field trip. Lori to Alex, hey, bub, go to LDS.org and watch the new Book of Mormon video. So good. Oh, I don't know why I typed it in here to show it there, but it's the same font. Looks like you will appear in episode 2. I don't know what that's about. I'm sure someone has looked into it. And then Lori to Alex again, P.S. Do you have eggs? Then Alex to Lori, I'm open. How about you? A little bit later, Lori to Alex, me too. They are still on the bedroom. She meant in the bedroom. So not sure what their plan is, but they should be up soon. I'm sure I would imagine that this is in reference to David Warwick and Melanie Gibb, who were sharing a bedroom. They were in Tylee's room. We know that from her interview with Rexburg police last year. Alex to Lori, okay, let me know. Do you want me to get eggs and bring them to you? Excuse me. This was at 10:21. We know that the last known confirmation JJ was alive occurred at 10:46. So we know that JJ was alive when they had this exchange. Now we're getting into the time period where then both David and Melanie kind of hedge on, they both, in my opinion, showed signs of deception in this whole part of the interview. It was like they just couldn't remember when this was, maybe early after or late morning, early afternoon, et cetera, et cetera. So we're coming up to the time that they both somewhat agreed that was probably the time that they went to look at the property. Lori to Alex, come on over. Lori to Alex again. Let's meet Chad at Terrestrial Temple in 20 minutes. So she's saying, let us, meaning you and me, Alex, meet Chad at this Terrestrial Temple. It's because of the overlap of the time that Melanie and David both said that they went to look at it, and it would be intuitive that they would, for these people, not a normal person, to refer to this, like if it was like a future site of this tent city that they were all like really amped up about. It would make sense for them to like refer to it as like basically this is like our temple on earth until the celestial temple or whatever. And then Alex, okay. Lori to Alex, are you ready to go? Lori to Alex, going now. Can you meet us? And then how do I get there? So I think it is, I'm just going to call this one, that Lori was on this trip, just even for common sense. Like it would be outside the realm of possibility in my mind for Lori to be like, oh, okay, this is only, going to be a meeting to, like look at property for our whole tent city. And David Warwick had prophesied a lot about these tent cities. And, so for her to be like, no, you guys just go ahead. I'll stay back with my special needs son. And I had made this point I think it was my last live on Analytics, which was about Melanie Gibb. I believe if she was deceptive, and I do believe that she was, I think like you always start with, okay, well, why? Like, why would the person be deceptive about this particular detail? And I just believe, like, if she admitted that Lori was on that trip, then the next question is, then who was with JJ? Excuse me. So, at that point, um, Melanie hadn't moved up yet. And, and there is a reference later, like Melanie kind of freaks out when Detective Hermosillo asks her about this text message that she gets from Lori saying that JJ woke up and she's putting him back down. And that was around 8:30 p.m. on Sunday. So, we talked about this that was in Alive and Cool Cats, but like that's weird. It's a Sunday night. Well, he would be waking up at 8:30 and then she's putting him back down to sleep. So, I just wonder if they basically kept him drugged most of the day, and that's what enabled them all to go look at the property. Okay, if you want access to the presentation, it's just bit.ly FOIA-surprises. I am going to open it up for a few questions, but I am exhausted. This went very, very late, but at least it's behind me. Whoa, sitting up too close. Okay, if you have a question, please just put the word question in all caps. I pinned this note before the live even started. I am going to, from now on, read questions. I'm not just going to read them out loud because there have been questions that have been pretty off topic. So to that end, if you have a question, I would highly recommend keeping it as short as possible. I mean, some of these questions will be like a paragraph. Okay. Oh, you're welcome, Mama Bear. This one, I just am probably going to be a hermit the rest of the weekend. Not that I'm trying to get pity. It's not that. It's just this is uncomfortable. Okay. I haven't seen any questions yet. Oh, yeah, Kathleen, absolutely. Yeah, Lori organized the whole meeting. Of course, she was there. Melanie Fib. We're reactivating Melanie Fib and Melanie Glib. I mean, she is almost as compulsive in her lying as Lori. And it's, yeah, understandably, she has a lot to hide, but it baffles me how she was made the hero of the story by so many. Okay. I haven't come across any questions, so yeah, I'll look a little bit more. And I mean, lots of great interactions. I do like to kind of skim through them, but I will do that this weekend. I think Kathy was asking this to someone else, but he was due these Social Security payments. No, if you're Kathy, if you were asking about Colby, Colby wasn't due Social Security payments. Only Tylee. It was $2,000 a month. Thank you, Mama Bear. Yeah. Lisa made the point. Every person who has spoken about Charles has said he was extremely generous. I agree with that. I've talked about that with our vacation, but I thought it was interesting in Adam's interview. He said that Charles even bought his parents a car. So I knew about all of these devices, but it seems like every time I go through any of these, documents or interviews, I catch something I didn't before. But I mean, that's really significant. No wonder, Janice was like, he's fine. I'm pro Charles, and tried to advocate for Charles to Alex. Alex just passed it on to Lori. But and speaking of Alex, I mean, one of the reasons some of this stuff affects me as much as it does is, I mean, we can't get too caught up in the woulda, coulda, shoulda, but had action been taken sooner, one, I mean, there are a number of people who could have stemmed this collision course, really as early as Gabe Bonilla and possibly Lori's friends in Hawaii, but excuse me. But even Alex dying, like, I wonder, like, were they Alex and Zulema's trash bags? Like, and we know that they were running surveillance on Alex and Zulema right up until just before he died, but I am extremely disappointed that Alex is dead. Not because I care about Alex. I mean, I do think in some ways he was manipulated by Lori. I've made this point that I think he was very, very slow and easy to manipulate, but that could have also been leveraged by law enforcement. And when you have three, main, kind of, I don't know, ringleaders or whatever you want to call them, it's a lot easier to get someone to break. And I think, anyway. Okay. So I'm going to go back to the most recent comments, see if there are any questions. If there are not, I will call it a night and let all you good people go to bed. Okay, let me see. Oh, question. Excuse me. Okay, Kathleen Irish asks, do you think Lori was being serious asking Melanie to take JJ or setting her up for a manipulative guilt trip? I don't know. I find some of the things that Melanie reveals, I think sometimes Melanie just kind of starts talking and, again, she's not the quickest person. So, and she gets nervous. Like, she was really, really nervous in the August 2021 interview with like the detectives from Rexburg. When she gets nervous, like, she kind of gets into this manic state. And Janice has created some pretty funny videos around that. But we'll never know. it might have just been a manipulative trick, but the fact that, Melanie disclosed that she declined, we won't know. But we do see that I do think, well, I can't say we see. I think some of the differences between how Tylee was treated versus how JJ was treated indicates that, Lori didn't have that same level of just disgust with JJ. She even, took a selfie with him, or, had a selfie taken with him. I don't know if he was taking it or she was, but there's no picture of her with Lori right before Tylee was murdered. And then, he was still murdered. So I'm not in any way minimizing that. I'm merely pointing to the fact that there seemed to be more. Yeah, I don't know, because I don't want to. I don't want to be quoted out of context. The things she did to JJ were still unbelievably cruel, and I think that they were intended to portray him as having a dark spirit. So depriving him of his medication, depriving him of his dog. In a short period of time, he was unmedicated, and he didn't have his dad. He didn't have Tylee. He didn't have the rest of his family. He was uprooted again, moved again. He went to a school that wasn't for special needs children. So lots and lots of, just like upheaval. And so I'm not in any way minimizing that, but I do wonder if JJ was more of a hesitation for her. Like, I think she used him as a pawn, and I think she very much wanted to hurt Kay because of the life insurance. I think she felt double crossed by that. But yeah, I don't know. I don't know. But just the fact that she declined, it just shows like she just could not care any less about the welfare of any of these victims, but especially the kids, and then even more toward Tylee. I shouldn't laugh. I'm sorry. Okay, Trauma and True Crime asked, I wonder if the trash bags have anything to do with what Alex did to Zulema in Vegas with the tarp on the bed. I'll just put it out there. That was a claim. There's no way to verify that. Personally, I don't believe it. I think that Zulema was very much trying to reposition herself as a victim who narrowly escaped death herself. Yeah, and so was Melanie, and Melanie was doing the same thing, but toward Zulema. So it was, yeah, but no, I don't think so, because even if, one, why would you get on a tarp like that? It's just weird. And it's not like, she's like, oh, we've known each other for years and we're just into kinky whatever. It's just like, okay, so you didn't even really know this guy. You just exchanged numbers, like what, a couple of months before he took off, and now he came back, and within what, days, a couple days, they were married. So for her to like willingly get on a tarp, Like, yeah, I don't believe it. But even if that was the case, that I'm pretty sure that tarp would have been left behind. Yeah. So, and they interviewed. Yeah, I don't. I, they came to Zulema's door at one point, but I think Alex was already dead. So I don't think they interviewed Zulema before they picked up these trash cans. So, again, there could be another perfectly logical explanation. It might be heavily redacted, but yeah. Um, Yeah, M said, "Wasn't for a lack of trying." I don't know what they're referencing, but they said Charles fought like hell to get help, and that I completely agree with. Um, you know, I will. I'm probably going to need to split up the one about law enforcement into Gilbert and do a separate one for Chandler, because yeah, there were egregious missteps in that interview on January, what was it, January 29th or 30th. Yeah. So it goes all the way back to that, but yeah. Cassidy Kane asked, "Has there been any backlash or explanations from PE?" Oh, PE. It might just be late. I'm not picking up what PE is. I think maybe you meant Ellie for law enforcement. But no, they're. If you're talking about law enforcement, no, I think they're just kind of like, oh, when is she going to tire of doing this? Okay, I have no idea how to pronounce your name, rhombohedral, or who knows. But I do agree with the statement. The only good thing Pryor can do is shredding glib. I absolutely believe that. Oh, okay. So someone asked, "Do you think Colby just appropriated Joe's last name?" Actually, no. I think that they legally changed Colby's name when he was younger, because when I had gone out there, I think as early as my first trip out there, when Lori was pregnant with Tylee, at least I think Colby's name was already Ryan, but they had told me that Joe adopted Colby, and I've talked about this elsewhere, probably in my live about Joe, but I did ask if Colby's biological dad was alive, and Lori said yes, but that he had abandoned Colby. So if, excuse me, um, yeah, I had reservations with that, but yeah, but they had both told me that Joe had adopted Colby. And so I think they just, and I think, these different men Lori was married to would just kind of go along with stuff, like up until a point, until, it kind of came full circle and they realized, whoa, wait a minute. Well, I know she's capable of lying because, she lied about this and asked me to, tell my sister that I adopted Colby. And, because right up until this case, I had always thought that Colby was adopted. And when I was in the first group, I was saying, no, Joe adopted Colby. And someone was saying, no, he didn't. He must have just legally changed the name. That was coming from someone who was in touch with another family member. So, and then with the FOIA docs around, that whole mess, it was established that she just legally changed his name. So, which is really sad because, like Joe, he wouldn't have had any idea like the ramifications, but like that was my biggest concern when I testified against Joe was Joe's access to Colby. It was his relationship with Colby that I was most concerned about. So I thought that even though they were divorced, he would have ongoing visitation with Colby. But anyway, okay, so someone asked, can you explain why Lori didn't want anyone to know she was at the property? I don't think it's as much an issue of Lori not wanting people to know as much as Melanie not wanting people to know. I'm sure Lori didn't want people to know because at that point, Tammy was still alive. And Rexburg is a small town. I mean, they were already taking pretty significant risks walking around the track, holding hands and kissing, according to Melanie Gibb, and so it still would have been a risky, but yeah, and they were meeting up with a realtor and I think his wife, and so yeah, like the realtor would have. I mean, I don't know. They might have just explained it away as like this is just a group of friends, and we're all just looking at this property. But yeah, so I'm sure she wouldn't have wanted that broadcast, but yeah, but she also has a very high risk appetite, like where I would tend to be much more risk averse and like overthink things. She underthinks things, and I think she gets adrenaline rushes out of risk. Lisa, that's a good question. Lisa Discovers asks, is there evidence of life insurance on the kids? No, that information most likely is pretty locked down with Idaho, and we will not get FOIA docs from Idaho before the trials, according to Rob Wood. So, yeah, all we know is that Melanie Pulowski was like, hey, have you thought about getting life insurance on the kids? This was right after Charles was murdered, because she was like, but like something really glib, like you never know what might be God's will or, something bizarre, but clearly like hint, as if like Lori would need any nudging as far as life insurance. Duality reality. Well, yeah, that's not on topic. I'll answer it really quickly. What do you think about the polygamy aspect of things? I don't actually think that the end goal was for these people to become polygamous. Like I do not see Lori ever sharing anyone or like a spouse with anyone. So I don't think that was the goal. I think they really grokked on the multiple probations because it helped them justify adultery. So it's like you could skirt this requirement of only being able to have sex with your spouse by saying like, oh, we were spouses before. And now one of the things I almost included, but I'll just mention in passing, I will dive into it, I'm sure, at some point. But one of the very surprising things for me in the FOIA docs was that, in digging into their multiple probations, and Chad was recording how these different people, these different group members were related, like related to each other, related to him, related to Lori. And in one probation, Lori was his daughter. And for me, that just gave me the EBGBs, because I mean, obviously all they were doing was living out their sexual fantasies. Like, all, they just like threw enough religion in there to keep each other captivated. But it was just, everyone was just like kind of, living in this like fantasy world. Not everything was sexual. Like Zulema was living a different kind of fantasy. One where, excuse me, she was like basically like an oracle for the group, and I think that gave her a sense of significance. Like all of these visions, she used one of them to really put a lot of this in motion. But the fact that, here Chad and Lori were supposedly married in multiple probations on different planets, but then there's this one probation where she was his daughter, is, like, there is a major ick factor in that. And yeah, I don't want to take that all the way to its natural conclusion, but it's concerning, because that's not normal. It's not normal to be like, even if you want to believe in multiple probations, to be like, yeah, so, but this one time, it's sick. So, but no, I don't think that they were ever going to become polygamous. Moonlight View asked, how many more victims do you surmise? I question the neighbor, Eldon Clausen, I think his name was. There are definitely major question marks with him, with Joe. And there was something Chad said, and I will definitely cover this in a live, that that indicated to me that he has quite possibly murdered before. On Lori's side, I question some of these people who, like, she owed money to, and they just seem to die at convenient times. I mean, you just don't know, like with her, she has no value on human life. And I think, including her own, I think that's part of the reason, like, she never really committed to anything. Like, she didn't commit to, like, I remember her telling me she had always wanted to go to New York and, live in New York City and get into acting. And, I mean, we all have disappointments. There are all things that, we didn't do that we wish we would have. But with Lori, it just seemed like, yeah, she just wasn't very connected, but, but she also wasn't very saintly. She certainly, I mean, someone focused on heaven isn't going to go on a murder spree. So, yeah, I just question, with that MO and with how glib she is about someone dying, because I do think she's a psychopath. I do not think that for the most part, I don't think she's capable of empathy at this point. Although when she talked about Stacy dying, she did cry. That was one of our early visits. It was one of two times I remember her crying. The other time was in talking about the abuse from her second husband. So, yeah, I don't know. I think with both of them, I think another thing that points to both of them potentially having murdered even before all of this started was, even if we roll back to whatever that date was, September 26th, 2018, like even if that's when Lori and Chad met, I mean, by October 1st, ostensibly, they were already like colluding, like you would think, like I thought for the longest time, like they had to have had a relationship when Joe was found dead. And who knows what we'll find out. But I just thought, like, you don't just meet someone and start conspiring to murder all of these people. However, if they had both murdered before and they had an appetite for it, I mean, it could have really just been a perfect storm of, them even talking about, like, of course, spiritualizing it, but, talking about their different murderous feats. And if that is the case, and I know I'm like following a lot of if thens in this statement, but if that is the case, I don't have a lot of hope that either of them will flip on the other, because if they both, and I made this point, I think in the last live or the live before, one of them, that um, if they both know each other's secret and they have any kind of evidence, because Lori was all into recording, like right now they're facing the potential of the death penalty. Lori hasn't faced her charges yet, but if it came out then they actually committed other murders. But I think they both have to know, like, it is the quintessential zero-sum game. Like, they could both end up with the needle in their arm. Okay, I will I'll answer one more question if I find one quickly. I already answered that question. D. Sabo asked, do we know when Lori asked Melanie Gibb to take JJ? No, she didn't disclose that. If it was that weekend, I assume it was that weekend because that's when she was there. JJ would have been drugged, quite possibly. I think he was drugged. I suspect he was drugged most of the day Sunday, and I wouldn't be terribly surprised if he was drugged most of the time that Melanie and David were there. So, because he would have been an inconvenience, and you just don't see either of them stepping up to like try to advocate for him. I mean, they like, even David described there's a really harrowing event that supposedly happened Monday morning. And, he's describing this with great passion when he was interviewed on Dateline. And then they're like, anyway, they just get in his truck and leave, like no welfare check, no anything. And then we found out in Melanie's interview with Rexburg police last year, so the April 2021 interview, I think that's where it might have been in the FOIA docs, but she called Lori I think it said 3 to 4 times. So they leave, and you would think, like, if they were at all like freaked out about like, well, wait, what was that about with JJ? And, why didn't we see him? And David said that, he demanded, he put his foot down, I want to see JJ. And then Lori she doesn't even give him something plausible according to his story. Like she doesn't say, well, he's at school, you can't see him. Like if he had said that, there would be a little bit of plausible deniability. But, he says, and again, none of these people are particularly sharp. None of them should have turned to a life of crime. That is for sure. But he said that, Lori said that because he was acting like a zombie, Alex came and took him away. So it's just like, okay, that's really creepy. And he should be at school, so yeah. All right. Well, this live went extraordinarily long. Thank you for joining. The next live will be much shorter. Have a great night and a great weekend.